Would you read in the record the public required disclaimer?
Yes. Notice of the December 5th, 2018 meeting of the Real Estate Commission, including date, time, and location, has been noticed on the Tennessee Real Estate website since November 1st, 2017. Additionally, this month's agenda has been posted on the website since Friday, November 30th, 2018.
Thank you. And now if you'll call the roll.
Commissioner Rick Douglas. Commissioner Marcia Franks.
Here.
Commissioner Diane Hills.
Here.
Commissioner Johnny Horn.
Here, telephone.
Commissioner Austin McMullen. Commissioner Fontaine Taylor. Commissioner Bobby Wood.
Here.
Commissioner Jeff Diaz.
Here.
Chairman John Grease.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Hey, Johnny,
Yes, sir.
did you hear that name, Jeff Diaz?
Yeah, I heard it. I thought it was kind of strange.
So, Jeff, for everyone in the audience and people watching, and we have a large audience that watches the show. Johnny, are you watching us right now?
No, but I'll be on in a minute.
I'd like to introduce Commissioner Jeff Diaz from Memphis and ask him, without him knowing this, if you'd just give us a little bit of information about yourself, your family, your background, anything you'd like for us to know.
Well, good morning, everybody. Just wanted to tell everybody I'm delighted to be here. I got appointed 2 weeks ago, and here I am. So we worked quick and got me here quick. So I look forward to learning from my new colleagues about the process here and a little bit about my background. I was born in the Northeast, went to school in the Northeast, but ended up in Washington, D.C., working on Capitol Hill. My wife's an attorney. She got a job at St. Jude as an attorney. That's what brought us to Memphis. And we've been there since 2010. And I just look forward to serving on the commission. Thank you.
Hey, Johnny,
Yes, sir.
do you think Jeff talked too fast or not?
I'm from the Northeast. I talk fast. I'm sorry.
I didn't think he talked fast. You just got to listen fast.
All right, Jeff, we're glad you're here. Now, Johnny, one more thing. It's a shame you and Crystal could not have been at Marcia Frank's house last night. It was a special event, and I know you told me privately you regretted that more than missing this meeting. But and anyhow, I just wanted to let you know what a good deal you missed. And Marcia, thank you for your hospitality, your family, your daughters, Jay, Hector. It was a real treat for all of us.
Thank you.
All right, Bobby, anything you want to say about Johnny? Anything you want to say about that?
No, I'm just so sorry I couldn't be there, and I know it was going to be great, but I just couldn't make it.
Oh, we missed you.
I took a few pictures. I'll show you sometime when you really want to feel bad.
Okay.
All right. With that said, let's cut this small talk out and get on with the meeting. All right, Reverend Horn, Preacher Horn, Pastor Horn, would you lead us in invocation and then lead us in the pledge to the flag?
I certainly will. Lord, Father, we thank you for the day that thou hast given, and we pray, Father, that we would be able to do the people's business in a way, Lord, to be pleasing in your sight. We thank you, Lord, for the traveling mercies this morning. Pray, Father, for traveling mercies when we return. We thank you for what you're going to do. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
And please stand.
We find the flag. Let's pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the States of America, to the republic for which it stands, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Johnny. Let me just mention, and everyone knows this, today is an official day of mourning for former President George Bush. He was part of the greatest generation, as was Pastor Horn, who served this country well. He's not as old, Johnny, you're not as old as the recent past President, Mr. Bush, but You've got stories to tell just like he did, and we appreciate your service as well. All right, next up, we need to approve the minutes of last month's meeting. You've received those. Any corrections, additions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Frank, seconded by Ms. Hills, that the minutes as presented and submitted to us be approved. Any discussion? If not, let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Next, we have to approve, I got this out of order slightly, approve the agenda for today. I want to mention that as you look at the agenda, it's somewhat different in order. The reason being that, I referenced this earlier, if you had to pick out a part of our meeting that people like to watch or go back and watch later, it's the legal portion of it. And because there's a chance we may have to move this meeting after lunch to a different room that doesn't have the same capabilities, Caitlin and I, without any of your input, decided that we would try to get legal out of the way before we went to lunch today, so that would be of record and anybody could see that it needed to. So that's why you see the change in the agenda.
And Chairman Grease, I prefer that we do these if it works out today. I know we get tired in the late afternoons, and to do as much as the legal report as we could in the morning, I think it's a great idea for every meeting.
All right, great. Now, as far as today's agenda, I know, Ms. Taylor, you had an item you wanted to add.
Yes, I'd like to put an item on the agenda about the bill.
Okay, let's put that under commission discussion. Okay, commissioners, any other topics?
Excuse me, Commissioner Grease, I'd like to make one amendment to the agenda.
I don't know if you're allowed to or not.
Just a clerical amendment. At 8:45, it states that we have informal hearings. Those are actually informal appearances. Just for the record, informal appearances.
Make that change.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, Anna, I assume the law department, legal's on standby to get down here when we get to them. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Because I know they like to sleep in. Most of them do. That's why they like to have it in the afternoon. All right. Let's vote on the agenda. Those in favor of adopting the amended agenda, please vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. We're set. All right. Next up are informal appearances. First on my list is Jacqueline Rolke. Is that Rolke? Thank you. All right. Stay put just for a second. Ms. Maxwell, tell us what's up, and then we're going to ask, for those who are here for informal appearances, at some point we're going to ask you and your principal broker to come up. Ms. Matlock, who's our staff attorney, assigned to us, will swear you in to ask if you'll tell the truth. We hope you do. And then we'll go from there. All right, Ms. Maxwell.
Great. Before you have applicant Jacqueline Rolke with her principal broker, Matthew Leon. Ms. Rolke has taken and passed the Tennessee Affiliate Brokers exam. Her principal broker was first licensed as a broker on 10/3/2000 and became principal broker of Zeitlin International on 3/6/2009. He is responsible for supervising affiliate and broker licensees, and there have been no disciplinary sanctions. A summary of the disciplinary sanction: a level 6 felony of counterfeiting. Ms. Rolke is still awaiting for this case to be heard in court, and her statement can be found on the iPads.
All right.
And her broker's name is Mr. Ligon.
Ligon, sorry.
All right, Mr. Ligon and Ms. Rolke, if you both will come forward and kind of walk over toward these chairs right here. You may have to move to the microphones more than the microphones moving to you. It's just they're on short
One
cord.
for each of you.
Jacqueline, there's one right there.
Good. All right.
From now, here's the process. So Ms. Rolke, we'll let you tell us anything you'd like to tell us or want us to know about you, including the events or event that occurred that caused you to be in this situation today. When that happened, why it happened, how it happened, or nothing. You don't have to tell us anything if you don't want to. And you can also tell us what you've been doing since that event, what you're doing now, anything you think would be helpful for us to know about the situation. So you have the floor. When you finish, the commissioners reserve the right to ask you questions about what you said. And once we're done with you, I don't mean that negatively, okay, we'll go to your principal broker and ask him, for instance, why he'd be interested in having you associated with him. Okay, so that's kind of how the process looks. We're pretty informal up here, and it's likely somebody will interrupt, and we'll go to your broker before we finish with you. Perhaps, we don't know, but in any case, if you would give us your story.
My name is Jacqueline Rolke. I've been a real estate broker in Michigan and Indiana for about 31 years. During that time, I've never had a grievance. I've never had an E&O insurance claim. I had, in Indiana, we're allowed dual agency, and I had a client who purchased.
Okay, wait just 1 second.
Hey, Johnny,
Hello?
can you are you able to mute your phone when you're not speaking?
No, I think what I did, I asked him to pull up the commission. But it was just, I'm not.
He's watching us.
Oh, okay. Well, if you can mute your phone, that way we don't hear any background noise.
Yeah, okay. We should do that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Rolke.
So in Indiana, we're allowed dual agency, and I had a client who I had sold several homes to, 6 or 7, purchase another one of my clients' homes, and she also had sold 6 or 7 properties with me. And she became ill. She got cancer and had some other health issues, and she decided that she didn't want to sell the house, the seller, and kept delaying the closing, and then finally wouldn't close. So the buyer sued the seller for specific performance. The seller countersued the buyer, and then after about a month or so, they threw me into the center of it. So she said that she didn't sign the document, which she did. I remember distinctly where we were when she signed. So that's what happened. My attorney it's being handled by my E&O insurance. He told me that it was a frivolous lawsuit and that I was free to go out with my life. It's just been being handled through attorneys, and they've just had status hearings. There's been no hearing yet, and he told me it could take a year. And I had already made the plans to move to Tennessee. My son lives here. I had been in South Bend. I had been planning to move for a while, but my parents were ill, and they both passed away a year ago. And so he said to go ahead with my plans, and that's what I did.
Interrupt for a second. So, Caitlin or Miss Maxwell, Miss Matlock, what caused this applicant to be here?
So our rules state that anyone that has been convicted or pled guilty to a charge that's enumerated, and I believe that in here it's for counterfeiting, which would be directly relate. Normally under our rules, if you look at 1260.01.014, a person would not be eligible for examination if they have like a pending charge or something of the sort. But due to the Fresh Start Act, since we don't have a conviction yet and it's still pending, we have to bring the individual before an informal appearance before you.
Well, that's my question. So there is no conviction.
No.
There's no pleading.
No, not yet.
I don't understand on the application what she would have checked that would have caused a flag to go up. I mean, if there's a lawsuit pending, there are a lot of those out there that are frivolous.
Well, we do. Everyone is fingerprinted, and a criminal background check comes up.
So is there something else besides this? She was charged, but not.
I mean, the charge is pending in court right now.
It's not a lawsuit; it's a charge.
It's
criminal.
But that's okay. I've been charged with things.
Right. We just don't know the disposition of it right now, and we figured it would be we can't, because a license is a property right, we cannot flat out deny someone because there hasn't been a formal and final adjudication yet.
Now, let's say, at least this is how I think, a year from now she's convicted. Then she's got a certain number of days to let the commission know that she's been convicted.
Yes, that's correct.
And that's when the disciplinary.
Is that just a misdemeanor or a felony that they have to
It's a misdemeanor if it's one of our enumerated misdemeanors, theft of money, services, or fraud of anything like that, or if it's in a felony, 6213 312F requires 60-day notice to the commission, and then we would take it from there.
So there's 4 charges, and they're felony charges, right?
Yes.
Convictions, right? All right, commissioners, I apologize for breaking in, but I'm confused about this one. All right, how about questions from Ms. Jacqueline? Ms. Hills?
I'm sorry that you all have, because
Just to follow up on that, so your Arizona Admissions Insurance Company, which I would think would defend you on a civil charge, are they protecting you on a criminal charge as well?
Yeah, he actually appointed another attorney to handle the criminal side, and he's handling the civil side. And he's pretty much taken the ball and run with it, as far as that goes.
So the 4 charges of counterfeiting came from, they're saying that you signed what?
The actual purchase agreement.
And why were there 4 counts?
They threw everything into everything.
I agree. I don't think it's within our purview to deny this request because she's not been convicted. I think it's important for her and Mr. Ligon to know, though, that if she is convicted, that you have to immediately report it, and then we'll take it up. What do we do next? But
let me go back to Anna for a second. So you mentioned the Fresh Start program. Does that only apply after a conviction?
Yes. So if you were to deny someone based on a criminal conviction.
That would be way premature for us. That would assume we think she's going to be convicted.
Right. I understand that. It's just these were important charges that directly relate to the real estate profession, and we did not want to take action and brought it before the commission for you to make a decision.
All right, commissioners, other questions for Ms. Jacqueline? In a typical situation, we turn to the principal broker, but the chair would be glad to entertain a motion if there's that. Ms. Taylor?
second.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Taylor, second by Ms. Franks, that the applicant be allowed to continue on her process to get a Tennessee real estate license. Is there discussion on the motion? Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye. Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Ms. Rolke, a couple of things. Tennessee allows dual agency as well, but I'll bet you Shirley's Island Realtor does not, all right, for the very reason that you're talking about. So if, in fact, you get a conviction, we've got to see you again, okay? But you've got, from our perspective, at least from mine personally, we don't have a cause for any action today.
Yeah, I don't think you can construe what we're doing, that the fact that we don't think that maybe fraud should be something that should be addressed if it's really true. I guess our concern is, the statute says if you're convicted, but you're not convicted. And so it would set a scary precedence if everybody who ever got, assumed they did something, that they couldn't get a license. So and I think that's kind of what our position is.
And I would just like to say to you, when I first got my license, my husband's a developer, and I knew that I was going to go to 3 different companies and learn from those companies. My very first company I went to was with Shirley's Island, and I call the 3 companies the good, the bad, and the ugly. Shirley's Island's company was the good, and I learned more from her than anyone I've ever learned from in real estate. And I know they have a very high standard there. So I feel more comfortable, too, with Matt being her broker, that this will be handled correctly.
All right, guys, Merry Christmas to you.
Very much,
Great
and I really
holiday.
appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, next up, Tara Kirsch. Are you present? Is your broker with you? Please both come up to the front. Miss Matlock, if you'll swear these ladies in. Patricia Shepard. I know Patricia Shepard. All right, let's. Did you get them sworn in, Anna, or not? Or we have an issue? Yeah. All right, ladies, let's. I have a sense that there's something out of line or out of order here.
Did it fix?
Let me see what's going on.
No, we can't do that. We're on camera.
All right, Ms. Maxwell, if you
We can proceed. We just had a different principal broker down the last time that we had spoken, and so she's transferring. So Aaron is going to pull the updated information, so we can go ahead and proceed. And then as soon as he pulls that, I'll get the updated information as far as discipline for the firm and how long Ms. Jones has been.
Okay.
And you might be able to tell us some of that as well.
So can you give us some history on why Ms. Kirsch is here?
Yes.
Or Ms. Matlock, one of you two.
Okay, so before you have applicant Tara Kirsch. She has taken and passed the Tennessee Affiliate Brokers exam. And let me just note, Ms. Kirsch is a little bit of a different situation. Her application was previously approved in error in February of 2018. Shortly after it was realized that it should not have been approved, we worked with Ms. Kirsch on a MOU to put her license back in an inactive status pending. She completed all probation, I think, roughly in September. And so per her MOU, she was able to come before the commission between now and September. So she's here now with her new principal broker, and her charges and items are all on your iPads. And there are some updated information from Anna as well.
So just for the record, an MOU.
Memorandum of Understanding.
But who signed that?
So I signed it and Ms. Kirsch signed it. Basically, the gist of it said that her application was approved as an administrative error, and that pending the completion of her probation, which was completed, and correct me if this is wrong, but roughly around September was 2 years past. And so
That's it. That's good. So, Anna, do you have anything to add at this point, or you want to hear from the ladies first? All right, let's do this. Ms. Kirsch, would you like to give us some background on why you're here? And you all have been sworn in. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Matlock, would you do that, please? Is it appropriate to pass it? Okay. All right, Ms. Kirsch, back to you again. Give us the details. What's going on?
Well,
and you have to talk loudly. I've got a guy on the phone who can't hear, and a chair who can't hear well. So,
about 7 years ago, I went through a very difficult divorce and a very bad marriage that led to some poor choices I made and some really unfortunate circumstances. And since that time, I have been working with senior citizens, seniors helping seniors, and teaching English and doing a lot of different community service activities. And a lot of good things have been happening for my family and myself due to all the good things we've put in place. And one of the things and one of the dreams I had was to become a real estate agent. And I've been working really hard to pass the exam and do that. And I am just asking for a second chance.
Help us what the charges or convictions were about?
Well, one of the charges is food stamps, and the reason I was charged with that is my ex-husband was starving us and stealing all our money, so we couldn't buy food. I went on food stamps, and then he reported me for being on food stamps when he said we had money, and he had money, but we didn't because he was taking it. And I got charged because I didn't report him to the police for taking our money. Another one of the charges was I had a safe that he did not know about, and I didn't tell him because he was abusing us and he would have stolen it, but he filed for bankruptcy on my behalf, and I couldn't report the safe, and so I got a charge for that as well.
Commissioners, questions?
So he filed for bankruptcy for the two of you as a married couple, or how does someone file for another person's bankruptcy?
Filled out all the paperwork and submitted it, and kind of twisted my arm to go along with things, and told me I wasn't smart enough to understand what he was doing, not to pay any attention. And what he was trying to do was get out of us, well, I had a high child support order that he didn't want to make part of the family responsibility. So he felt that if he filed bankruptcy, that it would not be, and it was really bad. It was a really bad marriage, and I wasn't thinking clearly because of the abuse, and he was hitting me in the head. And I haven't heard or seen this person or heard anything about this person in 7 years, and it's to my understanding that he will never ever be a part of our lives again or make any contact with us.
So what was it that you completed in September? Was that were you convicted first of all?
Yes, I was convicted of bankruptcy fraud, and I completed the probation for that, making false statements during a bankruptcy proceeding.
Pled guilty to that?
Yes.
Okay, and so you were on probation, and your probation ended in September?
Yes.
2016.
So previous, when this all happened, the Fresh Start Act was not in place. And so we still went off of our laws and rules that said you must be 2 years from the date of your probation ending.
And how did you get a license in the first place if it was
inappropriate? Typically our process is we have staff that look over the criminal background checks, and what was on her background check was missed. And so we've worked through this process to make sure this doesn't happen again. And we are working now closely with legal on many of the charges and making sure that we're getting all the information we need before proceeding.
So did you start working as a realtor then in February?
No, I started learning as a realtor. I haven't had any real estate transactions.
And what company will you be with?
I will be with Exit Realty.
Okay. And what company were you with when you were doing, since that February?
Oh, when I was learning, I was with Weicker.
Okay. And when you say you were learning, what they were doing training with you, or?
Yeah, training on how to be an agent. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Hills.
This is for Ms. Maxwell. So, and I'm trying to recall the questions when you take the test.
There are questions on there. Mm-hmm.
And so how were they answered?
She answered them honestly.
Okay, thank you.
And I have one more question for Ms. Maxwell. I noticed on this case and the previous one that we do not have the statements made, and I'm wondering. I've been noticing we're not getting those a lot, but we do have it on the next person. So what's going on with that? Why do we not have her information?
So on this one, we've been going back and forth now for a couple months, figuring out when would work best for Ms. Kirsch. So that was just an oversight on our part, but we'll make sure that we get those in the future.
Commissioners. Mr.
So I'm trying to figure out what kind of work have you been doing here?
In the meantime, I've been teaching English online. I've been working for seniors, helping senior citizens. That's how I've been paying my bills.
All right. Will you introduce the broker?
Yes, I'm still waiting for additional information, but maybe you can fill in some of the gaps. But her principal broker, LaShonda Jones, is here with her, and she's with Exit Real Estate.
Oh, just to be clear, Chandra Jones. Did I say that right? No, I want to say it right. Tell me. Shonda. I'm sorry. So there are a lot of Exit Real Estate offices. And Patricia Shepard, who was on our list, is the principal broker of a particular Exit Realty office. Well, I just need for you to, for starters, to identify where your office is or what it goes by, what the name of it is.
Okay. Exit Realty.
Speak of that microphone,
I'm so
please.
sorry. Hold on. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
I don't know. You got to talk a little bit more now. Okay.
Okay. Is that better? Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I am at Exit Realty Diversified out at 212 Osceola Avenue, and that's in Nashville. It's OCEOLA. It's out in West Nashville.
That's enough
That's
for
all you
me,
need
because I know Patricia's is in Knoxville.
Knoxville.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure where we're talking about. Okay. All right. What is the question on this? Caitlin, as far as
We typically like to tell you when the principal broker was first licensed and then when they became a principal broker. Aaron did just tell me that there's been no complaints against her firm, no disciplinary sanctions. And so he's going to tell us, he's getting the other information as to when she was first licensed and when she became a principal broker.
thank you. All right.
Yeah, she can tell us as
Can
well.
she meanwhile tell us?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can tell you
Now
that.
tell us why
Okay.
you're interested in having this
Okay.
applicant affiliated with your firm.
Okay, long story short, I became a real estate agent in 2005. I got my broker's license in 2010. I was privileged to become the principal broker at Exit Realty Diversified just this year in February. And what fuels my passion for that is I see a lot of situations where agents are not prepared or not trained. So I spend most of my days not just recruiting, but also training and teaching and coaching real estate agents. And I feel that Tara is a great candidate. I know she's had, some things go on in her past, but I believe that she has the heart and the courage to be a great real estate agent. I do.
When did you first meet Tara?
I met Tara probably about a month ago. She called me. She explained the situation. She let me know that she's transferring to Nashville and that she would need me to come here as a part of her moving and transferring as an agent to accompany her today. And I said I absolutely will. And we've talked a few times since then, and we've met prior to coming here. And being the fact that this is what I do every day, looking in people's eyes, seeing where their heart is, I can pretty well determine and discern whether or not they're going to fit, it's going to work, or it's not. And I think she's going to be a great fit for our company.
Ms. Taylor?
I just want to get one thing straight. You're saying that we did go ahead and say she was good in February of this year? We already said that?
She was approved and then it was essentially put back and the status was changed to administrative error.
Because of the delay, that's all.
Because of the error on our end.
Okay. Well, I make the motion that we go ahead and let her have her license.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Taylor, a second by Ms. Franks, that this applicant be allowed. I guess you're a licensee. She's a licensee, is that correct?
No, her status has been changed back. So per her MOU, everything should be good. We did refund her money back when this happened, and so I think at this point we'll need new fingerprints and just a new application fee. But otherwise, she's met all of the requirements.
Oh, Did you get fingerprints to start off with?
We did.
Why would you have to update them? Just out of curiosity.
It's in the MOU, but then we also like to get new fingerprints. Typically an application is only good for 6 months, and so we're past that, and so we would require new
Oh, that was all. You all have agreed to that anyhow.
for the MOU. Yes, yeah.
All right.
Memorandum of
Now, Bobby.
Bye-bye.
I just have a problem with the fact that we didn't find out who your broker was until 2 minutes ago. I don't understand that. I mean, the way I look at it, you've been, this is your third broker in a very short window. And I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this. What's going on?
Well, I'm staying with the same agency, but
No, they're not the same agency.
The same
They're the same
company.
franchise.
Same franchise, yes. The reason I did email, but I have a Yahoo email and update my broker with the commission, but they didn't receive my email, and I did let Caitlin know. I don't know why it didn't come through today, but I did let them know at least a month ago.
So we typically always reach out like a week ahead, and Erin had called to try to make sure what we had was up to date and correct. We went off of what we had received when we had last spoken to her, and there has been some correspondence back and forth about what Ms. Kirsch needed to bring today, and making sure that she was coming and those sort of things. And Erin did reach out last week to try to make sure what we had was correct. We went off of the last time that we had spoken, which we've spoken back and forth over the last many months.
When would have, I guess, when the application made, or such that whenever we thought that Patricia Shepard was the broker, how long ago was that done? I mean, like
I had
in order for you to
spoken
put the
Ms.
material together
Shepard in the past, back when this originally happened, and then we went back and forth. And I also went off of her email signature, the firm that she had listed there, along with the address, which was Ms. Shepard's firm. And then we reached out again last week, but we did not hear of any changes or updates.
So up until very recently, she was still using the information from this other brokerage on her email
Signature.
I forgot it was on there. I'm sorry.
I'm hearing a lot of excuses, and it's throwing up a lot of red flags to me.
But I'm moving to the Nashville area in December. That's why we have to switch agencies. But we're staying with the same company. But I have to move here for my family. So I can't stay with Patricia.
Does Patricia know that you're not going to be with her?
Yes.
What are you doing? What have you been doing at Patricia's agency?
I've been recruiting and learning.
You mean going through training? Okay.
And again, Ms. Maxwell, we used to always get two statements, one from the person and one from their broker. Had we gotten that from the principal broker, it would have answered a lot of our questions. And I would like for us to please go back to getting that statement from the principal broker also.
I did look into that because you had asked about that last month. And many, many months ago, our legal counsel had told us that was no longer necessary. We can go back to getting it. Erin did tell me that we do have statements on the other two applicants that are here today. Ms. Kirsch was just a little bit of a different situation because we've been going back and forth for many months.
But and that's fine that legal doesn't see a need for it, but legal's not the one that's making the decisions, and we need to know all the information on both of the principal broker and the person to make a good judgment that we're comfortable with. And so the more information, I mean, I understand why we redact, but I mean, we just get very little information to think. We love to read it beforehand and think about it, and this person deserves another chance, or this is crazy. What are we doing here? So
It wasn't current legal counsel. I'll note that it was not Anna that said that.
Okay.
It was, at the time.
Okay.
So if
Duly noted.
and I know you noted this as well, but since Vice Chairman Franks asked for those letters in the future, it would be she's probably speaking on behalf of the commission. It'll be helpful for us as we make those decisions. All right. The motion, Mr. Commissioner Horn, can you hear me? Commissioner Horn?
Yes, sir, I hear you.
All right, Commissioner, do you have any questions or statements for this applicant?
No, not really. I listened to it with interest. I thought it might be a little bit of who said who or who blamed who, but I don't have any problem with it.
All right, are you ready to vote, Johnny?
Yes, sir.
All right, is there further discussion?
That's one more question. Again, this changing around brokers is really bothering me, as you can tell. Since you made a commitment to LaShonda, have you talked to anybody else about possibly affiliating with them too? Or you've not reached out to anybody else at all? Okay.
Other comments or questions? If not, let's vote. Those in favor of the motion to approve, please vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
The motion passes on a 6-aye, 1-no vote. Mr. Wood votes no. No, I got Johnny Horn voting.
Oh, that's right.
That's why we have you as executive director, Ms. Maxwell, to check us on these big math things. All right, not congratulations, but good luck. Merry Christmas, and make your broker proud.
Okay, thank you so much.
Anna, on a related question now that this is over, let's say we had voted no as a group. Then would you have broken out that fresh start deal and make us go through this again?
Yes, we would have, but this one directly relates to the real estate profession, so there's a presumption there for that. So
Presumption of what?
there's a presumption if it directly relates to the profession that it is okay. So since it's enumerated, she has violated enumerated different kinds of convictions. It would not have been as big of an issue as if it was one of the non-enumerated ones.
Oh, just so I'm trying to keep this clear next time the situation comes up. Somebody's convicted, they're on probation, they haven't completed 2 years. Can they now come before us freely?
Yes.
So the 2-year probation issue is moot.
At the moment, we're still working on it to see if we have to do rulemaking or not. Until then, we're going to have individuals that are on probation come before you for an informal appearance.
Based on Fresh Start.
Yeah, based on the Fresh Start Act, we're still trying to get more information on whether we need to change that rule or not.
Well, it sounds like we do.
Right.
If you're going to bring them in front of us with less than 2 years of probation served, or 2 years following probation. I'm just asking. I'm just trying to learn this stuff. All right. Any follow-up questions to that? If not, Samantha Binkson, you know how I am with names. Please come forward. And while you're doing that, Caitlin, will you read in the record what we have here?
Yes. Before you have applicant Samantha Binkston and her principal broker Aaron Moore. Ms. Binkston has taken and passed the Tennessee Affiliate Brokers exam. Her principal broker was first licensed as a broker on 4/19/2011 and became a principal broker of Fast Train LLC, DBA Keller Williams on 6/8/2015. Mr. Moore is responsible for supervising affiliate and broker licensees. There have been 2 prior disciplinary sanctions. The summary of the disciplinary sanction is petty theft. Ms. Bingston has satisfied all terms of her probation, and her statement can be found on the iPads.
Ms. Maxwell, I'm not Ms. Maxwell. Ms. Matlock, would you swear these 2 in, please? Good morning. Ms. Benson, what are you here for? How come you're here? Tell us what happened.
I'm here because I have just recently
Speak up in that microphone. Yeah. Try to explain this to you all.
I'm here because I'm trying to get my real estate license. In Tennessee, I just recently moved here due to military orders. I am currently licensed Texas real estate agent. Yeah.
What? So you don't have to tell us anything, okay?
Okay.
But it was a petty theft? Is that what I heard, or is it what got you? What was the situation? What caused you to have to come before?
Okay. 9.5 years ago, I had gotten in trouble. I was just trying to print out some photos to do like a scrapbook thing, and the machine went haywire, and not everything came out. And long story short, got in an argument, refused to pay, unsatisfied, and walked out.
Charged for stealing?
Yes.
Petty theft?
Yes.
What were those copies worth? If you had paid for them, how much would you have had to pay?
Well, what they were like, I don't know.
Take a guess.
For photo, maybe change, maybe per photo. So
They change?
Maybe $1.
yeah, less than $1 like, per photo.
Were there like thousands of photos or dozens of photos?
No, there wasn't thousands. I'd say maybe like 25 to 50 photos.
Okay. That's 9.5 years ago. If you'd come here 6 months later, you wouldn't have to be in front of us. Am I correct on that? Okay, I want to make sure I've got that right. 10 years is our threshold at this point. All right. And so since that time, are you in the military or are you married to military?
My husband. And so I do the real estate so I can move around with him and continue working.
Ms. Franks?
So, I'm quite familiar with some of the commissioners in the state of Texas. Can you tell us how many hours of education you had to take to become licensed in Texas?
Let's see. The minimum, 90, 180 minimum.
So, I just asked her that question so that you all could see how much education she could have. Now I think they're up to 260 hours now. So
They recently had changed a lot of the schooling. It used to be open book tests in the classes. No longer that.
So you were licensed in Texas for how many years?
Since June of 2016.
And did you do residential or commercial?
Residential.
Commissioners, did Texas have an issue with this particular problem?
No, I just did how here the application, explain myself. I just didn't have to go to a commission. That's the only thing that's different.
Yes.
So did you serve time for probation, or what did you
I did have to do 6-month probation.
So did you do any property management or anything?
No.
Okay.
Good.
The offense is not huge. And I agree with the point that's already been made. If you wait 6 months, you wouldn't have to come here. I guess I'm just a little concerned. You haven't been exactly completely forthcoming with telling the story. Just understand, we already know the story. We got it right here. Mm-hmm. I mean, we've had people that have been done a whole lot worse things than what you've done that have got their real estate license. Okay, so I just want to be mindful that we already know what happened, and when we ask what happened, we already know. All right. So just, I mean, to me, this sound like to me when I read it, it was just kind of, you got mad and I don't know if you probably have already experienced it. If you've been in real estate, there's going to be times in real estate things aren't going to go exactly how you planned, and there's a lot of people that have to touch a transaction for it to happen, and things are going to blow up and it has nothing to do with anything you've done. So I just caution you. I mean, I get aggravated too, but I've not got arrested yet. So just been my
by the grace of God.
That's right.
It's Taylor.
See anywhere in here that it says that she was a licensed real estate agent in Texas, because it caught my attention that she said that she had been apartment leasing and a real estate agent, and that put a red flag in my brain. I was thinking, well, how could she do that? Because I didn't know. If it's in here, I missed it, that she was or had been a licensed real estate agent in Texas. So I'm just saying that as
I thought the
as a
same
matter
thing.
of fact. Right.
Is there a question with that or just a statement?
That was a statement.
Okay.
That would be good information for us to know, though.
Yeah.
So in this, it said apartment leasing agent. So did you work as an apartment leasing agent?
For an apartment complex, yes, I was a leasing agent in Alabama.
And you didn't have to have a license for that in Alabama? Okay.
All right, Mr. Moore.
Did you have a license in Alabama also? Okay.
What attracts you to this applicant, Mr. Moore?
Well, she actually purchased a house from one of my top producing agents about 4 to 6 months ago, and she expressed to my agent that she had a desire to get her license here because she was already licensed in Texas. At that point, I reached out to her and we started talking. She explained that she had some issues in the past, and as we all know, everyone has a past. And when she explained the situation, myself, I said, well, it's probably not that serious, but I just listening to her. And I think one reason why she didn't share everything that you guys may have seen is because she's very embarrassed about it. And there's been many times that I've talked to her and just said, hey, everybody has a past. It's okay. It's going to be all right. Even sitting back there, she's breathing heavy. And I'm like, just calm down. So I think with the offense, it's just major embarrassment for her. But I believe in her. She's already been licensed in Texas. She actually, 2 closings she just had? Or?
I just did my last closing last Tuesday in Texas.
Congratulations.
And she expressed the concern of I need to get my license because I need to start making more money because I have my family. And so I believe in her just with the performance that she's done, the success she's had in Texas, that she'll do the same thing here. And with her buying a house through one of my top agents, I trust her opinion. She said she was great to work with. So I have no doubt in my mind that she's going to do well here as well.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve Ms. Bingston's request.
A motion by Ms. Frank, seconded by Mr. Wood, who's been awfully hard today, by the way. That your,
even with the red sweater on, I'm still in.
That your application be approved. You move forward to get your Tennessee real estate license. Mr. Moore, we're going to vote in just a second, but after we vote, can I ask you a question about your business?
Depending on what
It'll be easy. Are there further questions or discussion? If not, you've heard the motion. If you're Mr. Horn, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have just a little bit of concern. The applicant said it was service wife, is that right? And did you have a lot of transfers? Each time you transferred, you worked for another realtor. Is that the way it goes?
Johnny, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. Would you repeat it?
Yeah, I think you said she was a service wife, is that right? And as her husband is transferred, she didn't say how often he's transferred, but would that cause her to work with many realtors out of state, in state, in some way that she could keep all the rules straight, or she could be doing what Texas do in Louisiana.
I think his question is roughly how often does your husband get transferred, and how do you foresee that affecting you in the real estate industry, having to transfer from different locations or different states?
He transfers, this most recent one was 3 years. It can be to 3, 4, or more. It just depends. It varies. Every state's different. Like coming here, I just had to get Texas Trek with the seal of all my education and all I've done. And I sent it to Trek here. And so I was able to bypass the national. It's just every state's different on how they do a transaction, what is required per transaction. I mean, just buying my own house here in Tennessee, I was picking up things that are different that Texas requires but not requires in Tennessee, and vice versa.
Well, I think it's a good point that he's making.
Yeah, let me just follow. Johnny, did you get that answer?
Yes, I did. I said one thing. Thinking, what is his rank?
He is an E7. He is the kennel master of the K9.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Military man.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Diaz.
Thank you. Ms. Maxwell, I was just wondering, do you have any awareness of any disciplinary actions in the state of Texas?
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Franks.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve this.
We've got that. You've already.
I already did it. Okay. Okay.
And I second it.
Okay, that's right.
So you want to reinforce
I'm ready
your
to move
motion? You want
on.
to reinforce your motion?
I'm ready to vote.
All right, the
Call for the
motion
vote, maybe I should
is
say.
to approve. If you're in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. That motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. Sit still just for a second, okay? Mr. Moore?
Yes.
So your office is right on the Kentucky-Tennessee line.
Yes, sir.
Are most of your agents licensed in both states?
A small percentage.
Is it hard to keep track of moving across the state line for people licensed in Kentucky practicing in Tennessee and vice versa?
Not so much. No one from Kentucky is here, I hope. The market in Kentucky is extremely different than Tennessee. The average price home is a lot cheaper. The commission is way cheaper. And so the agents that are licensed in Kentucky, like I said, is a small percentage, but they don't do as much business as they would or they do in Tennessee.
It's not an issue. And the state has got so many miles of border. It's from Bristol to Memphis to Clarksville to Chattanooga. I just wonder how much of an issue that is.
Well, we're affiliated with their MLS system, and that MLS system goes out so far. So even though they may be licensed in Kentucky, they may not have access to, say, Bowling Green MLS or things like that. Kentucky is very different, but we don't have top producing agents on the Kentucky side like we do in Tennessee.
And I would like to thank this lady because not only is her husband serving as a family member, she's serving too. So we appreciate your service,
Mr. Wood.
And I had a question for Aaron also. I mean, about like your company, you have have ownership, and then you call your company Keller Williams, or I guess Keller Williams Realty. But there's a lot of other offices that are owned by different people, but they're also call themselves Keller Williams Realty. Does that ever create any kind of confusion or anything? Or
Never.
Okay.
Never.
Why does everybody call themselves the same? I don't understand that.
I would say it's from a franchise standpoint, from our regional department. That's what we call ourselves, and it's never caused a problem.
I just know I'm part of a franchise, and I don't get that option. I mean, we have to call ourselves something different, and And
totally
That's because your franchise agreement, though, right?
Well, it could be, but I mean, our real estate commission rule says you can't have a name like another name, because it might create some confusion. But there seems to be in this particular system.
Mm-hmm.
They've been able to do that, and I didn't know why.
And it may be because and she said it in the beginning, Fast Train LLC doing business as Keller Williams. Maybe some of the other Keller Williams offices, they have that blank, blank, blank doing business as Keller Williams. That may be what it is.
All right. Mr. Moore, Ms. Bingston, thanks for coming down. Merry Christmas to you all, and good luck in
Merry
your
Christmas
future
to you as well.
in the Tennessee real estate business.
Could move around slightly because we're a little bit late, and Assistant Commissioner Carter Lawrence is here.
He's not on. He's not. We've approved the agenda, and he's not up next.
He is on there.
He's not up next, so I've got education.
I know, but it is 9:30.
He's got the power.
Yes.
No, we have the power. We're autonomous.
They just allow us to believe we have the power.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence.
I noticed that quite a few people in the room have on their Christmas attire. So a very festive group. Good to see everyone. And Jeff, it's good to see you in person. Welcome. Glad that you were able to make it through the blizzard outside.
Yeah.
It's snowing, in case you hadn't noticed.
We did.
All right, what are you here for?
So I was coming down to update y'all from the discussion from last month as to starting the conversation about Trek meeting with less frequency. So I had last month said that I was going to delve a little bit deeper into the second point that I had raised about the expenses that would be saved if the commission were to meet less often. I apologize that I did not get those to y'all in advance. I'm able to talk about it to you right now, and I can follow up, give some information to Caitlin to share with y'all for the next time that you meet. So this is, again, somewhat protracting the conversation, but I did want to follow up because it was what we talked about last time. That and just as a refresher, and Jeff, since this is your first time here, as you know, the commission meets mostly monthly, I guess, with occasional variations in there.
Yeah, I can't remember one. Let's just say monthly, because I don't remember one except for a snow day, maybe at one point. But
sure. So
we're scheduled monthly.
Meets monthly, yeah. Right? And I had asked the commission to start the process of thinking about meeting less often for a couple of reasons. To make it easier for commissioners to serve, especially those who lived outside of the Nashville area, and to save money. And that was the second point that I'm back down here on today. And then I think the third point was about kind of the business of the commission and kind of staff time, et cetera, letting them focus more on the licensees without having to come in here for the meeting. So as to the second point, what I did was kind of two things. First was look at the expenses that are associated with your travel, which was pretty the easy one, was just able to take what the average is and give that to you. So it's the average monthly travel expense is $3,885. So multiplying that times 6 months, that's $23,310 that would be saved if you were to meet 6 times per year rather than 12. The next part of the calculation was a little bit more difficult. That came down to the legal hours because, as has been explained to you previously, legal costs are now given to you based on an hourly basis, whereas in the past it was on cases and complaints. Now it's about their total time. So as you know, legal has to prepare for these meetings. They have to be present to help conduct the meetings. And then on the back end, they also have work that has to be done. So I asked legal to take a look at the total number of hours that go into the meeting and then give me an estimate of if they were to meet every other month, how much of that time would be saved. Because, of course, they would still have to do some of the same thing every month, so it wouldn't be just across-the-board reduction. Legal estimated a 25% reduction. I wanted to kind of follow up and see how that compared with some other boards who had moved down to meeting with less frequency. And so I wanted to be a little more conservative, and I did the estimate rather than a 25% savings at 15% savings, thinking that there are going to be some things that maybe weren't fully accounted for, and looking at some of our other boards that have had these moves to meet less often. And then broadly that I want to under-promise and over-deliver. So I didn't want to set the expectations too high. So if I'm calculating a reduction of just 15% rather than the 25%, you would still be looking at a projected legal annual savings of $19,800, which for those who aren't great at math in their head, would mean a total projected annual savings of $43,110 per year. So I'm going to follow up, and I'm going to give that to Caitlin for her to distribute to y'all so that at the next meeting you'd be able to have that in front of you. But with that said, I'm happy to see if you had any questions about that and any assumptions that were made.
I'll start the questions. So did your assumptions, so that assumed 2 nights for 6 meetings?
So we took the exact same as what you have right now for your current travel and just did half of that.
You would assume we'd be here for 2 nights if we meant 6 months a year.
Yes, so we used the past year.
Half of the past year.
Half the past year. So I think we only had 2-night meetings maybe twice.
Well, I think last year was kind of an anomaly. I mean, I don't know what's happened to our formal hearings, but we were every other month having them for a period of time. And I don't think we've relegated them all out to ALJ. I know a lot of them are unlicensed activity we don't handle. But anyhow, other questions?
I think one of the ways that we streamlined the time in the past year or so is delegating to Ms. Maxwell. That saved an enormous amount of time, in my opinion.
Advertising.
Yes.
Well, we're just asking questions.
Yeah,
we're not making comments.
He's just making
on our thought process.
But I will make this comment. It's amazing the amount of people who watch these meetings. And so I got quite a few comments about negative about us doing this. And they were mainly about having to wait a month if somebody, a licensee, needed to come before us. That was one worry. And then the other was as far as protecting the public. If we were to go to every other month, that makes our meetings not as timely as far as getting things done. So I did get several people that contacted me about it. And one of the main ones was the Tennessee Realtors Association, who are totally against it. And, they may even want to do some legislation that we be required to meet every month. So I think there's been positive and negative, and I think it's been good that we've had some time to think about it and to get some input on it. I will say this too. We also have another sheet about all of our surplus and money. I spoke before the subcommittee, and they're wanting us to spend some of this money, and I know we're trying to do that. The other thing too is we used to travel with one attorney, and lately we've been traveling with 4 or 5 attorneys. So that's adding to the cost. And I'm sure they have another system that we didn't have before, but I know that added a lot to the cost. But those are just some of the comments that I have heard.
So so we're clear, this is a thought that the assistant commissioners brought to us for us to consider over a period of time. And you'll hear pluses and minuses, and we're not going to vote on it today. We probably won't vote on it the next month or two. We may never vote on it, but it's an initiative that the department thinks is something we should consider, and that's our purpose for this. Jeff.
Mr. Lawrence, I wonder if there's an example of some of the other commissions that may have a subset of their members that meet to hear urgent matters, maybe a committee or something like that, so that they can be adjudicated in a timely fashion.
Sure. Something like that doesn't immediately come to mind, but we do have a process if, to Marcia's point, where there is something that's very pressing, where there's emergency procedure, where the commission, could be called telephonically to conduct a meeting if the need arose. Broadly, there are processes that other commissions and boards have taken in order to delegate some authority to their executive director to make some of those emergency decisions as well. But broadly, specifically to what you're talking about, no, that doesn't come to mind. Okay. With a subcommittee that would be empowered to make, and make a summary suspension, for example. Is that what you're talking about?
To hear the case, maybe make a summary ruling with an appeal to the full commission at their next meeting, something like that. And I wonder, would such a meeting be subject to notification clocks
Sure.
and things like that?
So I think something that I could do because I can't answer that off the top of my head, something I could do as we continue this conversation is to lay out a couple of the processes that could be put in place to facilitate such a move. And that could be something that I could update you on in the future as well.
And the other regulatory, are we the largest regulatory board as far as licensees, or are there some that have more licensees than we do?
Licensee number off the top of my head, I'm not entirely sure. You're definitely in the top three, the big three motor vehicle commit.
I think Cody's group is the
Cosmetology.
largest, and then cosmetology. And
I think private. You talking PP? That our security guards might be the largest numerically.
And are they meeting every other month, or are they meeting monthly?
they actually meet quarterly.
Quarterly.
That sounds right to me. Given enough time, every single person in the state of Tennessee is going to become a licensed guard.
And a real estate agent.
Yeah.
It's growing exponentially. They keep coming in. Yeah.
All right, Ms. Hills.
I recall in the audit that is online that we were, Commissioner Frank's reference to, we were quite the largest. So that's why I think some of our numbers, when you multiply it, when your common denominator is such a large number and you multiply $5 or $10, it becomes a large number. The rest of them, there were probably about 5 commissions that were in that same audit. So that's one thing. And I do think I am concerned as Commissioner Diaz, as I can't say it right.
You got it.
Okay. So, pointed out is time periods and approving classes, improving instructors, processing in 180 days, and all those things that I guess we have to think about.
All right, any other comments? Or we're going to continue this discussion.
I think we've put some things in place. I mean, I think we've proven as a group that we want to be more efficient. I mean, that's like with our consent agenda that we didn't have until a couple years ago. We put that in, and then the recent change that we've made about for timeshares, where if it's beyond the time period, we just go ahead and mark that and keep going. And I think our legal staff has done a great job of pointing that out and moving on. And they probably, and it's not worth the effort of going back and seeing how much time we saved doing that. But I mean, I certainly not having to read it, and I'm sure they like the fact of not having to write those summary on all those. Since to me, that's a huge thing that's going on right now. So I think as a group, we've kind of put things in motion, and I mean, we're still at our meetings numbers, but I mean, I think we addressed this commission last month. I counted, and I think it was 116 cases that came before us last month, and we still didn't have to spend an extra night to do that. So I thought we were moving along. So
yeah, I'd absolutely give kudos to the commission for the positive work that's been done. I'm just saying, don't rest on your laurels. Keep it going. You see an opportunity to save licensee dollars here, and that we do have processes where other commissions who are similarly situated have taken similar steps and continue to fulfill their statutory obligation to protect the public and to properly regulate their industry. So I can follow up with some more information there. And actually, I guess one more thing. Marcia, you mentioned about, you said that the General Assembly wanted you to spend more money. I would probably tweak that a little bit to say that they want to make sure that you properly spend the funds that you have, and specifically related to the Education Recovery Account, that there was a little bit of a call there from the Comptroller's office about looking at the spending of the money. But the General Assembly is absolutely focused on us properly using licensee dollars, and that we keep the focus on recognizing that these are our licensees' dollars, and they are obligated to pay this in order to have the privilege of participating in the profession, and so that we need to be good stewards of those dollars. And this is one way to potentially do that. We see looking at saving $43,000 and have the opportunity at that point to look at additional fee reductions that could be made then. So
is this something that we would vote on to change it?
It's this commission's decision.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I just want to make one more comment. We have really tried to stream down our meetings, which I will reiterate. In fact, that we start now at 8:30, although the regular meeting time's at 9. We work through lunch. We don't even go to lunch anymore to try to get us out of here on time. And that case, doing that, we get out approximately 3 o'clock. It may be 3:30. It may be sometimes right before 3. But if we had to have 2 meeting times, 2 months worth, that would not happen. That would not happen. We would be working to 9 o'clock at night.
Or for 2 days.
Or later. And I just don't see how in the world this is going to be a money saving thing on your account. In saying that, I know this is just input, and I pass.
Okay, some input.
You're right.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Ms. Wood.
I guess I just have one more thought on the Education Recovery Fund. Could we use some of that maybe to not only for training, but maybe for training for our legal staff? I mean, I've often wondered, would it be good to bring someone in to just kind of, because they have to deal with when they're dealing with these summaries, they have to deal with the contracts and stuff. And would it be prudent for have somebody come in for a day and just teach them to understand the contracts part? I mean, especially when it comes to the Tennessee Association of Realtors. And I've just wondered if that would be a prudent thing to do.
to clarify, you mean to pay someone from TAR to come and teach the lawyers here?
Just teach them about the specific real estate contracts. You can be an attorney, but not necessarily understand everything about the contracts. And I've just wondered, since they have to deal with them on a regular basis, if that might be a good use of about 4 hours a time or something.
Caitlin and I could definitely talk about that.
Okay.
I think it's a good idea. The Forms Committee is made up of at least 1 or 2 attorneys, so it might be the right party to do the talking. In any case, other questions on the topic at hand or comments about potential streamlining of our meeting process? If not, Carter, I've got something else to talk to you about.
Shoot.
So if you show up, man. So the department has kind of taken this position that if a commissioner sees a violation, you don't want the commissioner to do anything about it. Is that?
So I hope you've not ever gotten that impression. The goal has not been that the commission would sit passively by. Instead, that the commission would go through the normal complaint process.
So I want to ask you about that. So I got this. So I've been kind of just I don't look specifically at stuff, but I get these direct mails made out to me, the third, John C. Grease the third. So I know they know who they're sending it to, about vacation properties in the mountains of East Tennessee, which is a big industry up there. And I'll go to the website and try to determine if Evolve Vacation Rental Network is licensed in Tennessee. And so this is a two-part. I can split this question at this point. One of them, to go to the website and find this is difficult at best. If I wanted to find a broker, a principal broker of a licensee, I don't know how to do it. Anyhow, forget that part of it. So would it make sense that I just sent this over to the staff at the Real Estate Commission and they called Evolve Vacation Rental Network and said, hey, it looks like you're working in Tennessee, but we don't have you licensed, so we need you to get licensed? Or would you prefer, does it make more sense that a complaint be opened against Evolve? Or is there a more kinder or gentler way of doing it by calling these people and saying, hey, you're practicing without a license? What do you think about that, just generally?
Right. So to first clarify, you're saying that if you go to verify.tn.gov that you have been unable to use the system or unable to verify that they are in fact licensed?
So if I go to wherever I go and I have to put in a little 5-digit thing to show I'm
If you're not a robot.
Is that where I go?
Yeah.
And then I type Evolve in where it says firm name, and then I go under vacation lodging, real estate firms. I can't find them. Okay? So in my mind, at that point, I think they must not be licensed in Tennessee. I could be wrong, but I can't find them. So from trying to help the public, would it make more sense to see if we can get them signed up rather than file a complaint against them?
Right. The process that we would ask for you, the commissioners, to do would be the same as what all of your peers, your colleagues would do, where they would file the complaint. And it's possible that maybe Evolve has a misspelling in core and that it comes up under a different name, in which case it would be easy to respond after we do a very cursory investigation, say, hey, they are properly licensed. And that would be an easy one to close out for us.
Wouldn't it be easier, not for me, let's say for me, not to file a complaint, but just scan this over to Kate and say, look and see if they're licensed.
Potentially easier, but for our process,
I know
and
your
because
process,
it's what we
so-
ask for all of our other licensees, we would ask that you also, as licensees, would go through, and not just licensees. I mean, the general public. That's what they do as well. They don't have the ability to call and ask Caitlin about someone's status.
Well, so I'm not talking about filing a complaint initially. I'd just like to be somebody to tell me whether they're licensed or not. And if they're not, I know our processes don't call for a consumer or customer-friendly approach by calling them and saying, hey, you guys need to get licensed in Tennessee. Forget the complaint.
I might argue that that's all we would do if we started doing that. If we started calling people to say, are you licensed? Are you not?
No, I don't want, no, you
Yeah.
should know, you should be able to tell if they're licensed, shouldn't you?
Yes, yeah.
So if this is a national company that works in Colorado, New York City, Gatlinburg, Tennessee, I would think they'd want to be licensed.
Right. And so I think maybe I went a little bit the wrong direction with your question. You're wondering whether you could call and ask the real estate staff whether they are licensed. Is that your first question?
That's step one, because I can't
Okay.
tell myself.
Okay.
Step two, in my hypothesis, would be that they would go, they're not. But why don't we just call them, the board, and say, why don't you get licensed in Tennessee?
Right. So the second would, I believe, be probably an inappropriate change from our current system, where we are a complaint responsive system, and that would be a little bit more of a proactive, where we're going out and seeking out, which is a kind of different regulatory scheme from what we have. As to the first about calling to verify someone's license status, I think that's absolutely appropriate. You call, you ask whether Evolve is licensed, you find out that they're not, and then you go and enter a complaint on your own.
So you've come
So
to
that's
us.
the problem with the commissioner making a complaint of their own.
No, I don't
because
mind.
we've kind of been led to believe that not only was it not our responsibility, but we should not be doing that. Right?
Yep.
Yes.
But I'm looking at a different, like you're looking at a different meeting schedule from us. I'm looking at a different process, and that process would be, let's reach out and get these people licensed rather than file a complaint against them. And I know the state doesn't do that now, and it was kind of a paradigm shift for anybody in the state government to think how we could do that, because we don't have that process in place. But I just want to put it out there. I don't need an answer today. That's just a thought I had.
So the potential issue with it, if I'm putting on my legal hat, is that some people would get that kind of the friendly call about the, hey, why don't you go ahead and get licensed? Some people don't, and because some don't get it, it's then arbitrary and capricious, and we have legal challenges related to the process.
I would think, now I don't have a legal hat to put on, but I would think a company, if some staff member called and said, hey, you're not licensed, you need to be licensed to do what you're doing in the state of Tennessee, and we'll check back with you in 30 days, and if you haven't been, you're going to have a complaint filed against you for unlicensed activity. That would be a proactive call.
Right. So one way to get closer to what you're talking about, to encourage people to be licensed, would be if the civil penalty was structured so that it was, and I'm just making up numbers, that the complaint goes through and it turns out that the person is unlicensed, and they're given an option of taking a $1,000 civil penalty, and they have to cease and desist operations, or it could be lowered down to $0 or $250, whatever the commission found appropriate, if they became licensed within the next 30, 60, 90 days, again, whatever the commission wanted. That is a process that we use for other programs that I oversee, particularly those where it's delegated to the commissioner and I get to make the individual call, where I will say, you operated unlicensed, the goal is to get you licensed. We want to protect the public. We want you to get licensed. So you either have to pay this larger civil penalty, or you can get licensed within the next 30 days, and it's going to drop down to 0 or 250, depending on the program and the other historical norms that tie in there. But I think that's an absolutely great goal, is to get the people to play by the rules. Yeah. The goal isn't to just try and punish people. No. The goal is to bring about compliance. And I think that's what, like I said, what we do in other programs. I think that's a perfect example of what the commission should be looking to do. So I think there's an opportunity to look at, for right now, for the unlicensed complaints that you have, for changing the way that you penalize them so that you're going to incentivize the compliance.
I'm an advocate of notifying them before a complaint's filed.
No, because I would come back to the arbitrary and capricious, and I legal could probably flesh that out a little bit more. I'm not sure that that's needed for this context, but there are issues with doing it that way that are resolved through what we're talking about, where people are still given a chance to play by the rules and to catch up and get licensed and do everything right without us having to go through a complete change that would first be difficult, but then second have potential legal ramifications.
I'm just thinking from attorneys' time, if they don't have to process a complaint because the complaint was filed, instead they became compliant, it would save attorneys' time as well. I'm trying to think out of the box a little bit. All right, that's all I've got. Anybody else? Anything else from Mr. Lawrence? Johnny Horn, you have anything?
Yeah, I sure do. What about the people who has committed an infraction or something, and they need to take it before the commission, and we say, I'm sorry, but they're not meeting this week. It's got to be 2 weeks later before they meet.
Yes, so that is that is an issue that we face with every one of our programs, and even for TREC. If something comes up in 1 week, they're not heard the next week necessarily if the commission isn't meeting for 3 more weeks. So the timeliness is one factor to weigh against the other considerations about the cost savings and the employee time and having members serving on the commission. I mean, it's a holistic. We've got scales to balance here, and that's ultimately going to come down for the commission's final determination how you want to do it. But yeah, Johnny, I see your point about timeliness, and that's definitely one of the factors that would weigh into the commission's decision.
Yeah, thank you, Carter, but some of those other things you mentioned, it doesn't really make that difference. They can hold on for another week. But if a person needs his license to eat, another week is a long time.
Right. That's a point well made, Johnny. Anything else from Mr. Lawrence? If not, we're going to take a 10-minute break, Johnny. I don't know how you're doing, but I need to take a 10-minute break. And I don't even know what time it is. What is it, 10 o'clock?
10 o'clock in the day.
We'll be back at 10 after 10. Thanks you, Carter. Legal report, but you want to talk about this rule first? And, we can get to him. You guys were charging us by the hour, I understand. Tell us about this rule.
Okay, so if you'll have the red line in front of you, these are the same set of rules that came before you concerning the fee reductions. So in your red book on page 72, we'll be looking at those. And then also on page 110, those rules as well. So you'll notice that we made a few changes to the fee reduction rules from before. This, in addition to the fee reductions, we have removed letters for 1260.01-.12. We removed 4 former D, E, F, G, H, and H. So those are things that we're also removing for fee reductions as well. Yes, ma'am.
I did, but because I'm looking at my book, I couldn't find my old red line version.
I can tell you what was in the
but
previous
this one's
red line.
way different than what I had marked evidently in my book.
Yes. So There were additional fees that we decided to reduce as well. When we went back and looked at the financials, we noticed that we no longer have a commission manual that's provided by Tennessee Realtors now, so we don't charge for that. So we decided to go ahead and remove that from the fees. Also,
Well, they don't provide it. You have to buy it. It's 50
Right.
some dollars.
but we don't. The commission no longer produces that.
Okay.
And haven't in
And we haven't in
years.
several years.
Okay.
Also, we no longer charge for copies either. So we removed those fees. We don't charge for printouts, for licensee information, or printouts for continuing education. So we removed those fees as well. Another change you'll see is in number 6. Originally, we had reduced the $10 fee that went into the education recovery account to $0, but once we were notified by the Attorney General's office that we cannot reduce the fee to 0. So the lowest amount we can do is $1. So we reduced that fee to $1. As well, you will see, are there any questions for this set of fee reductions?
I'd like to make a statement. That's the most ridiculous ruling
I
I've heard
agree.
the Attorney General come up with.
So if you charge a fee for application,
Well, this is the fee that goes into the education recovery account. And so if you look at, hold on 1 second.
Move that microphone up a little bit there.
I asked for if it was possible for us to get a book so that we could have one at home. This stays here. And the one, when we get our stuff at home, I'd like to be able to look at a book at home instead of waiting to come back. And I don't know that I've gotten the answer to that. Is there a way that we can be furnished a book to take home with us?
I intended to reach out to the person that provided the books that you have in front of you, and I will put that on my to-do list to do it for you before the next meeting.
Right. But you can see how helpful that would be.
Yes.
In fact, at home, I would mark it up, bring it here, leave it here, and take this one, and so they both are marked up so I can easily access things.
Yes, yeah, I will put that on my to-do list to follow up. Yeah. Is Fontaine the only one that?
How about if I just try to reach out and get several of them, and that'll just be my Christmas present, okay? I'll just go get a box up or something, and we'll have next time.
I have one at home.
I'll just get a bunch. Let's get a bunch.
Ms. Matlock.
Yes. So if you go to page 28 in your red books, statute 6213-208C1. It states when an individual applies for original license as broker, affiliate broker, timeshare salesperson, the applicant shall pay in addition to the broker and shall pay in the addition to the original license fee a fee in the amount established by the commission for deposit into the account. So the interpretation has said the commission shall set a fee, and it was determined that $0 is not a fee. So if we were to reduce it to 0, that's not a fee, and it's required by statute that we have to put something in there. And so $1 is the lowest amount that we were approved for.
And that goes to the Education Recovery Act, which if someone applies and has been damaged, that's where the money would come from to protect them that have been damaged.
Yes. So we were doing these fee reductions to reduce the amount into the education recovery account. So originally we wanted to just go ahead and eliminate that fee, and we were told that we could not do that. So we've reduced it to the lowest amount possible.
What would it take to streamline the application? And I'm thinking of one case in particular, to streamline the application for someone to apply that has been damaged. I mean,
that would require changes to the statute. That's a legislative.
Which is what we're doing here, right?
No, these are rule changes for
okay.
fees.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Matlock.
Are there any other questions?
I do have questions. So we were just about to get this changed so we could reduce fees, and the Attorney General said, no, you can't do what you want to do. So now we have to go through the whole process again, or can we get that done quickly at this point?
Well, we have to revote since we also...
We will, but
yes.
I mean, once we vote, are we 6 months away from getting this implemented? What do you think?
Still about 6 months away.
Is the real estate, with a real estate license, is it $10 that goes in to...
Currently, it's $10 after the rules pass. If they pass,
I would think timeshare would we have less odds of a timeshare claim being submitted to the Education Recovery Fund versus a realtor's?
It just depends on who decides to make a claim for the real estate and education recovery account. I can't.
But with this proposal, we're only asking for the timeshare people to be reduced to $1 versus 10 versus the real estate.
No, this is for all licensees.
All of them. Okay.
All initial licensees.
Oh, excuse me. I see that.
All right, so the motion that you would like to see passed would be a motion to approve the redlined version that you've presented to us today.
Yes, but I wanted to, there are another set of changes that we had to make.
Okay.
Could I ask one thing first, though?
Yes.
Used to, when we had rule changes, we had like rulemaking hearings where the public could come and speak. Why are we not doing that anymore?
Well, the rulemaking, you can decide whether you want your rules to be proposed or rulemaking hearing, and we thought that based on these rules, fee reductions, to go the proposed route, because most individuals would want fee reductions and there wouldn't be any opposition towards it. So that was just a decision that we made to do instead of a rulemaking hearing. For something that may be a little bit more contentious, something that may have varying opinion within the real estate community, we would definitely probably do a rulemaking hearing for that.
Proceed.
The second set of changes that we had to make are Rule 1260.05-.15. That is on page 110 in your red books. Previously, before, we had removed all of the fees here. But again, it states that we shall set education course applications. So instead, we've reduced those fees from $25 to $10, $50 to $25, $100 to $50, instead of complete repeal of those rules.
And all of those fees completely go into the education recovery account.
Oh, they're going. Your proposal calls for them to be zero.
The previous version you had would have been zero, but now we're reducing those by at least half.
And reiterate, it was on page 110, and it was under the first
110, 1B, 1A, B, and C.
B and C, all half of what they say.
Yes. So, well, the first one is $10 instead of $25, and then $25 instead of $50, and then $50 instead of $100. Number 2 will remain the same at $25.
So how much money are you predicting that this will save?
So if you go in your red line to page 8, it should be on your iPad, the red line version of this. We're anticipating with fee reductions for initial licensees to be about 5.2% or $125,923 per year. And for the education recovery account, we're anticipating a 60.6% reduction in fees that go in every year, or a $58,247 decrease per year. So that would still substantially decrease the amount of fees that are going into the education recovery account, and I believe satisfy the concerns we had with the amount currently in the education recovery account.
Tails.
When we renew our license, or when the brokers, affiliate brokers, or timeshare salespeople renew their license,
Yes.
does any amount go into the education fee?
No.
So it
This is
says
just
we
for-
can do it if the commission decides to, but only limited to $30. So do they not have a problem with that, saying that we can, who had the problem with us saying zero? Page 28, 6213-208. Let's see, C2. So it says that as a condition to renew the individual license, a fee in addition to the renewal fee can not exceed $30.
Yes, so it says in this too, it says may assess.
Yes.
And so may says you can't. We don't have to.
So we don't have to. Okay.
So beforehand it said shall,
Uh-huh.
which says is mandatory. So we decided not to do the $30, and that's fine.
And this money's in the Recovery Act, and I just need to reread all of it again, so I'm going by memory now. That money's, if I remember right, could be used for travel to Arello.
Some of the uses that we'd like to use it for have to do with outreach and producing some of our own education. And then, I've talked about other items such as using like My Emma to send out the newsletter rather than the way we currently do it. So those are some of the proposed ways that we would like to use that money. It's really for licensee education.
I'll have to look.
So what outreach and education will you be proposing?
So I did propose it at the May meeting. I don't know, I can resend it out, but I had a proposal for adding webinars and those sort of things. And I've currently been in contact with our contracts attorney over a webinar contract for the state. There's one that is currently out there. Unfortunately, I can't just snap my fingers and say we want to use this webinar platform and then, the next day we get going. It didn't really work that way. And so I had just reached out to her last week and I'm waiting. It has to get approved through a couple channels, but that's one avenue. That way, education would be easily accessible to all licensees, regardless if they're in Memphis or if they're in Johnson City, and it'd be free.
So who decides how many people can go to Arello?
That's a department policy, I believe. So,
and what's the policy, and who's the person that makes that determination?
The commissioner, I believe, is the one that signs off on that. And in that policy, it states, I believe, I'd have to re-review it, but I want to say it states 4 people are able to attend, whether that be 2 commission members and the director and then the attorney, or, some combination of that.
And I think in our last meeting that we voted, I'm going to, in January, I'll miss the January meeting because I'm going to an Arello leadership conference. And it was voted that it would be paid for. So I'm wondering, have you gotten permission from that Yeah.
No, but I've started the process.
Okay.
I'll have to send up a memo, get that approved. I've already had the conversation that was asked for. So we'll need to get together on your expenses.
It's your recollection this commission
Voted to seek
authorized
approval.
payment for
Yes.
reimburse Ms. Franks.
Yes.
And you're an advocate for that, I take it.
Yes,
Thank
I am
you. Okay.
the messenger.
All right, let's get back to the issue at hand. It's a proposal from the law department that would revise fee structure that we previously reviewed with some modifications. Is there anything else you want to mention before we vote on this? All right, is there a motion to accept council's or legal department's recommendation regarding this?
Move to approve.
Second. Motion by Ms. Frank, second by Mr. Wood, that legal's recommendation be adopted and this process proceed back to the Attorney General's office. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously.
And we need to, this said signature if required. Is it required?
No.
Okay.
Do we have any economic statements we have to review and approve on this particular case?
Those are included in the.
Motion?
You don't have to approve
Okay,
those.
that's the right answer. Thank you. All right, Ross, we're going to keep you on hold, buddy. I got these high-powered attorneys back here. I've got to get moving on them. Let's move to the December consent agenda. Ms. Bridges.
Good morning.
Morning. Did we get you up too early today?
No, today was fine.
Just wanted to check. Normally you're an afternoon session. All right, if you'd do us the pleasure of reading your items, the file numbers for the December consent agenda, please. And then we'll ask commissioners if anybody wants to remove a particular case.
All right. Starting with the consent agenda, number 1 is 2018-041981. Number 2 is 2018-042891. Okay, those were close, but they're not the same. Number 3 is 2018-043451. Number 4 is 2018-044251. Number 5, 2018-044791. Number 6, 2018-045711. Number 7, 2018-046601. Number 8, 2018-046721. Number 9 is 2018-046791. Number 10 is 2018-048101. Number 11 is 2018-049301. Number 12, 2018-050381. Number 13, 2018-050391. 14 is 2018-050831. 15 is 2018-052031. 16, 2018-077401. 17 is 2018-072471. 18, 2018-071801. Number 19 is 2018-067651. Number 20 is 2018-070551. 21 is 2018-074191. And that is all from me.
All right. Is there a motion? Well, let's try this first. Does any commissioner want a particular case pulled out? Ms. Taylor?
I just have a question on number 14.
I will take it out.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Wood?
10 and 12.
10 and 12.
Number 7.
Number 7. All right. Is there a motion to approve council's recommendation on cases 1 through 21 with the exceptions of cases 7, 10, 12, and 14?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Frank, seconded by Mr. Diaz, that those cases be dismissed per council's recommendation. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Case 7, Diane.
So this sounds like something particularly that Chairman Grease just talked about. So it was in a news article, local news article, that they were doing business.
Yes, that their business was launching in Tennessee.
So it's a news release.
Yes.
So the news releases they have to come from somebody.
They do.
It's not just that I'm walking down the street and I say, "Oh, the new business." I'll call up a news and say, "Let's do a news release."
Sure. And the CEO did appear in the news report. It did seem in the news article that they were, if not active, they were getting ready to be active. But I really checked all my bases, and they are not operating in Tennessee.
And so,
is that not advertising?
That's advertising that they have a license, and besides that, offering guarantees too.
That's their business model, but again, they're not actually doing anything here. They wanted to, but they are not.
So I can advertise being a realtor, a licensee, like real estate agent, and not have one.
I'm not. I couldn't really speak. I don't recall specifically what the article was discussing. I don't think it ever stated this person is a licensee. It said it was really just pushing what their business model is as some sort of new way to sell your home or buy a home. But again, I don't know. I mean, they weren't advertising properties. If anything at all, they were advertising the business. But again, they're just not here. It may have been their intention, but it did not come into fruition. They are not active here. They don't have any people here. They've not effectively stepped.
So they're not
Tennessee.
applying for Tennessee?
At this time, they're not.
It said pending receipt of all required license.
If they do decide to come to Tennessee, their statement is that we will get all required licenses.
They're just throwing it on the wall to see if it sticks, or if there's any interest in that company being here. Probably, I think.
Well, they're trying to. That's what they're trying to do, is get business. I mean, that's what we do when we advertise. Is we're saying this is who we are, and we're trying to get business. So.
You've got the floor, Ms. Hills.
Well,
Do you want to make a
I
motion?
disagree with the on dismissing it. I was hoping you could help me on the amount since you saw everything.
If the commission did want to authorize discipline, I wouldn't recommend anything higher than a letter of warning. And if they're going to do this in Tennessee, they've got to get their license.
The letter of warning is kept in the file or not?
A copy is sent to the executive director so that if they were to apply for licensure after that, the warning letter would come up, or if there were any other complaints, it would come
My
up.
recommendation is the letter of warning.
Motion by Ms. Hill, second by Ms. Franks, that council's recommendation be modified on case number 7, and instead the discipline be a letter of warning. Is there discussion on that motion? If not, are you ready to vote? Let's do it. Those in favor of the motion vote aye. Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously.
McMullen abstained.
Mr. McMullen, who we're thrilled to note is now present.
Let me answer a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Because 8 follows that.
Yes, 8 is the individual respondent. 8 is the CEO of the company.
Yeah, so should they get one too?
Effectively,
Well,
they will receive the same warning letter. I can draft 2 if you all would prefer, but it will go to the same person.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Would the letter of warning apply to the company? Should they apply? And would we want to also make sure that the CEO, as an individual, should he apply, also have a letter of warning?
Perhaps the easiest way to do it would be to send one warning letter that references both complaints and state that individual licenses are required as well. Thank you.
At the very least, they know a complaint was filed against them, right? Okay. Mr. Wood, number 10.
My concern on number 10, I think this is the one where the agent was having a lot of conversation with the lender, and at some point during that, the lender was saying, "Oh, we can cover some things," and then there was maybe some type of fee that the agent was going to charge, a $350 fee, and they had agreed to waive it. And then the lender came back and said, "Oh, there's going to be enough money to pay it," and then they communicated with the lender to put it in the contract, but never notified their client.
Yes, the respondent stated that they were assured by the lender that the lender was going to explain to the complainant why that fee went back in, but that did not happen. So the complainant again contacted respondent about that fee, and they took it out again.
I just didn't. I'm more like kind of like Dan on the last one. There should be something there. I don't think dismissing is the right thing. I don't think that's a practice that we just want to turn our head to, that they're adding things in the contract and not telling their client. Well, I'll make a motion. I want to offer a letter of warning to them for that.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Wood, second by Ms. Hills, that council's recommendation be modified and instead of dismissal, a letter of warning be sent to the respondent. Could Ms. Bridges, does Zillow have anything to do with this case?
The respondent stated that the way they were first put in contact with complainant was a Zillow referral. So the complainant presumably went on Zillow, found a listing they were interested in, and submitted, it's kind of just like a general form to say that you're interested. They submitted that form. I don't know how Zillow doles out who gets the referral, but it went to the respondent.
So it looked to me like Zillow and the $350 fee were in the same sentence, as if maybe Zillow was collecting a fee of some sort.
It was not Zillow's fee. It was the respondent's firm's, I can't remember the name of it, but some sort of general services fee.
Maybe like a broker transaction fee or something. Some companies will have that business model, and believe me, you don't just get to give Zillow on a per transaction basis. You got to just write it for a month or something. A lot of these lead generation places, and some brokerages, they'll divvy out the leads, and then as a way to kind of pay for that, they'll do some type of transaction fee if you get that lead or something. So.
Thank you. Other discussion. The motion that you have heard is to issue a letter of warning. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 12. Bobby?
My question was more, and it's the very last sentence in the summary. This had to do with the power of attorney, I believe. Mm-hmm. And then at the very end, it just said, in any event, counsel does not believe respondents' reliance on the POA constitutes grounds for disciplinary action. Again, it's one of these things I read the other night, and I'm trying okay, what was that answer? Do you recall what this one was about again?
Sure. So in this situation, the complainant is the child of an elderly parent who has dementia. In 2015, a power of attorney was executed with the owner's granddaughter. The complainant, that property, the mother's property, is now up for sale, and the complainant is alleging that the granddaughter and the respondent do not have the authority to sell the home. I looked at the power of attorney. Other attorneys have looked at it. It does appear to be valid on its face. So I don't think that the respondent made any missteps in relying on that power of attorney to give the authority.
It may have been one of those things when I was reading it about midnight the other night. It didn't make sense, but it makes sense now. I move to accept council's recommendation.
Second. I have a motion by Mr. Wood, seconded by Mr. McMullen, that council's recommendation be adopted, in this case be dismissed. Are you ready to vote? Let's do it. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 14, Ms. Taylor.
I just don't understand. I mean, here we are with the online again, and they're registered with the Secretary of State as a business, but evidently they're not a business. And I just want to know, you wrote the respondent who did not answer. What do we do in a case like this? Just let it go, or what?
Well, if it appears that there's a violation, we try and track them down. We might do a background check. We might send out an investigator to make sure that they've received the complaint and to provide them with the opportunity to respond. But if there's no apparent violation and they're unlicensed, then typically, yes, we would just let that go. Now, if they are licensed and we don't receive a response, that in and of itself is a violation.
It says they're registered they have registered their new business and they
With
have
the
not-
Secretary of State,
Okay.
but that's completely separate from registering or licensing with the Real Estate Commission. Secretary of State registration really just gives you the legal authority to have a business in this state.
Just haven't gone the next step. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Do you have a motion, Ms. Taylor?
Well, I guess just dismiss it.
All right, Ms. Taylor makes a motion to dismiss.
Second.
It's seconded by Ms. Franks. Discussion. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Bridges. We'll be back to you probably after lunch, but don't know that yet. Ms. Franks.
Okay, Ms. Smith, we're going to start off with your cases. If you'd read those into the record, please.
22, 2018 077051. 23, 2018 071841. 24, 2018 070601. 25, 2018 070021. 26, 2018 034021. 27, 2018 040311. 28, 2018 041011. 29, 2018 042481. 30, 2018 042981. 31, 2018 044531. 32, 2018 041151. 33, 2018 044991. 34, 2018 045521. 35, 2018 046821. 36, 2018 048161. 37, 2018 048021. 38, 2018 051001. And that should be the last one.
Okay. Do any of the commissioners want to pull out any of these?
33, 34.
One second. All right, anybody else?
Let me pull out 27. I'm trying to figure where I was on it.
Anybody else? Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we accept council's recommendation, except with regard to 33, 34, and 27. Were those the numbers y'all said?
Yes.
Okay, that's my motion.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Alston and a second by Jeff. I called you by your first name.
It's okay.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right. Diane, let's look at number 27.
So who did represent this buyer? So the licensee said, because you're looking at the respondent said that you're looking at the spouse built house, someone else will represent you. So did someone else represent them? Because why wouldn't that person have been?
The complainant alleged the respondent said that, but as far as everything in the file, the respondent represented them.
Oh, so the respondent represented someone else.
The complainant. The respondent represented the complainant.
The complainant for their spouse's house.
Well, that's what the complainant's alleging. But all of the paperwork shows that the respondent disclosed everything.
Okay, that's my question.
So yes, I guess the allegations are that it wasn't disclosed, but all the paperwork shows that it was, and it was signed off on.
Okay, so I missed where it said that it was disclosed. Okay, I'm all right with that then. If it was disclosed, motion to accept council's recommendation to dismiss.
Second.
Okay, motion properly made by Ms. Hills and seconded by Mr. Woods. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion carries. And Mr. Wood, 33.
33 was I think the mobile home, and that the issue was, did the buyer's agent, buyer's agent actually check the zoning and to see if the property was available for mobile homes. But they're saying they looked at the MLS and but whatever it is they looked at, they got it wrong. Because if they looked at it right, they would have found out that couldn't go there.
Correct. So the respondent states that they looked it up and that it said that the property allowed for mobile homes. That's why the MLS said that. And then obviously the respondent or whatever they looked at was wrong because it did not allow for manufacturer mobile homes.
But see, another part of that is too, because they keep talking about zoning, but it also could be deed restrictions too. And I don't ever see that they ever mention deed restrictions.
They definitely, neither the complainant nor the respondent mentioned that. I don't think this file has a whole lot of documentation, but I can look.
But my concern is they're saying they looked it up, but apparently I don't think the zoning changed from the time they looked until it closed. If they looked, they didn't do it right.
And I think when in doubt, I would have called the city or county zoning to be sure about making a statement like that in the MLS.
I will say the respondent definitely deflected their responsibility, whether it was whatever they looked at was right or wrong. They felt like it was the complainant's job. It was their
There was a disclaimer. The disclaimer form.
If they would have done their due diligence, then none of this would have happened. So ultimately, it's not my fault. That's kind of the argument that was made. So maybe that a letter of warning might be more appropriate.
I'm going to make the motion that they didn't show proper diligence and they were negligent in doing this. And I'd like to propose a $500 civil penalty for this agent. This respondent, I should say.
Second? Second. All right.
Let me
Discussion?
Because the document says buyer should verify himself or herself, I do not think, I agree with Mr. Wood, does not prohibit the agent from doing what he's supposed to do, especially in a fiduciary relationship. Now, I didn't mean you're supposed to check everything, but you ought to check some basic things.
Sure.
So I'm going to vote with the motion.
Well, and he took it on to check it. And so I agree.
Are we saying this is a violation of 6213-4031, the failure to diligently exercise reasonable skill and care in providing services?
That would be a good. I think there's probably 2 or 3 other things, but that one probably is best suited for this.
Any other discussion? Okay. Let's take a vote on that. Motion made by Mr. Wood and seconded by Ms. Taylor. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 34. Mr. Wood.
This was the issue that they had to do with the homeowners association and what the homeowners association was responsible for, and it was input into the MLS incorrectly.
Yeah, I was just reading over this actually. The respondent argues that they were misinformed, but at some point says that they inputted it wrong. So I don't know if they're saying they inputted it wrong because the information was given to them wrong. But as soon as they were notified of what the HOA covered, they immediately told the complainant's agent and changed it.
I think that was after the closing, though. Because I got the feeling all this came up after
Day
the
after
buyer
the
had
closing.
purchased it, and then they realized there were certain things, cable and water, were not included. I could be mistaken on the exact things, but there were things that were not included that they were told that were. And I was a little disappointed with the listing agent. I got the feeling they were just a little nonchalant when they were just kind of like an honest mistake. My bad, but they're not the one having to pay for all this stuff. That was kind of my concern about the whole thing.
I mean, this is really similar to the one we just talked about as far as respondent claiming I was told what I was told. Now, I don't know how much you can find out about something like this, whereas you can look at zoning or.
Well, I mean, it's pretty easy. I mean,
Okay.
a lot of times nowadays, it used to be you had to call them, but a lot of the homeowner associations, they'll have websites you can go in and it tells, and you can go on and tell. It shows exactly what is paid, what's covered, and what's not. And I mean, it's just like schools. I mean, you could listen to the seller and they tell you what schools kids go to, but wise people will then look online to see what they're actually zoned for.
And that makes it sound extremely simple and
Yeah.
definitely a duty that should be taken seriously. I would, if I'm allowed, I'd like to maybe look through the file and we can possibly come back to it so I can see. I want to make sure I'm giving you the correct information, because I feel like if the HOA had listed it somewhere wrong, then it truly is not the respondent's fault. But I just don't want to assume that without looking.
I'll bet you $1 HOA wasn't wrong.
I mean, because if so, I would change my
called it to their
recommendation.
attention. Okay.
The summary says the 2 items the HOA did not cover were input incorrectly by the respondent. So that it was the respondent's mistake, not that the respondent is saying I was given bad information, but that the respondent says they inputted it wrong.
My sense is, Ms. Smith, that there's no reason for you to look up anymore.
Yeah.
Mr. Wood, yep.
And I'd like to make a motion. We have a $500 civil penalty for this respondent for, again, the reasonable skill and care.
Second.
Okay, I think we had a motion already on the table for that. But
That
Mr.
was the
Woodard
one
and
before.
Taylor.
That was the other one.
That's the one before it.
Yeah,
right,
really
okay.
similar to last
Okay, all right. All right. All those in favor of that, vote aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right, that finishes that.
Could I just, generally speaking, counsel, occasionally I'll read a narrative where an affiliate broker talks about returning earnest money to one party or the other, just without being specific about a topic. Well, at the end of the day, it's a principal broker's decision whether to do that or not. So if you're trying to get a response to a complaint that involves earnest money, any information you could get from the principal broker would be helpful as I consider the case. Because affiliates on their own, I don't think, have the authority just to make a decision about that. Just a general statement.
That's another general statement.
Sure.
Hey, does the legal counsel have the ability or the opportunity? Let's say in a situation where a buyer is unhappy with something that a listing agent did. The buyer had their own agent, but they wanted to say that the listing agent did something improper, and then so you would talk to the buyer in this case, and he would talk to the listing agent. But to me, there's kind of an important person maybe that maybe has information. It could have been the buyer's agent. Do we have the ability to reach out to the buyer's agent and ask, hey, will you give us some information? Or because they did not make the complaint, are they not allowed to talk?
Yeah, we do have the ability. We can send out a request
Okay.
for investigation to contact that third party.
Okay.
Also, if it appears to us that the complaint is perhaps just directed at the wrong person,
Sure.
we can request that the executive director open up another complaint administratively against the right party.
But I think sometimes, especially the public, when they want to file a complaint, they may be using terminology and they may misunderstand what was really going on. But if you got their agent involved, they can clear it up. I mean, clear it up to help their case, but to hurt their case, but to clear it up. So, okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to the legal report. Ms. Bridges, are you prepared?
Yes, I am.
Absolutely.
All right, case one, please.
All right. Number one is 2018-041551. Complainant was interested in renting an apartment owned by respondent, a licensed affiliate broker. Note that the lease was not through respondent's brokerage. After viewing the apartment, complainant and complainant's roommate each paid one half of a $2,500 deposit for a year-long lease. Complainant states they paid through Venmo, a money sharing app, but never received a payment confirmation or receipt, nor were they told where the deposited funds would be held. Complainant states that after paying the deposit, they began hearing stories about other tenants' bad experiences renting from respondent, and they decided they were no longer interested. Complainant informed respondent and requested return of the security deposit. Respondent refused. Respondent states they explained to complainant before they made any payments that the security deposit was to hold the apartment from the application date of June 4th, 2018 until the start of the lease term on July 1st. Copies of the lease were provided to complainant on June 7th and again on June 9th, but they chose not to sign. Respondent then received a phone call from their roommate who stated they had heard negative reviews about the landlord and that they no longer wanted to rent the apartment. According to respondent, they explained that they would not receive the deposit back as respondent had taken the property off the market for several weeks. Counsel requested copies of any and all documentation provided by respondent to complainant, none of which contemplate a deposit for holding the property. The lease does contain a security deposit requirement, but it expressly states the deposit is not an advance rent payment or a bonus to the lessor, and that it is to be collected only upon execution of the lease and then only used as a security against property damage or early termination of the lease. It's evident based upon text message exchanges between the parties that the deposit paid by complainant and the roommate was to, quote, lock in the lease that would commence on July 1st. However, no other terms regarding the deposit were placed in writing. Counsel would argue that respondent failed to exercise reasonable skill and care in failing to at least document the receipt of the deposit via an executed agreement with complainant, and possibly engaged in the mismanagement of trust funds in violation of Tennessee Comprehensive Rules and Regulations 1260-02-.09. My recommendation is for 4 hours of continuing education above and beyond what is required for the maintenance of respondent's license to be completed within 180 days, and that would be for a contracts course.
Hey, Commission, you've heard counsel's recommendation. Mr. Wood.
I think it's a very common practice in leasing that once somebody, like a lot of times you'll run their application, and then if you accept them, then to basically hold the property, because a lot of times people are like, oh, well, I don't need it for 2 weeks or a month, but to hold that property and basically take it off the market, you get their deposit. And it's understood that if you give up your deposit and then you renege on your commitment, you lose your deposit.
That's true. My issue is that there was no agreement written up or executed with regard to the $2,500 deposit.
There's no trail for that money.
There's nothing. They gave them $2,500, then they backed out, and that's it.
That's a problem.
Yes, that was my main problem. I don't think there's an issue with the practice in general. I think the issue is not documenting it.
What's the amount of the deposit that was due under the lease, $2,500?
Yes.
But the lease didn't specify that it would be refunded at the end of the term, or part of it was for cleaning fee or anything like that.
Well, I think we're looking at two different kinds of deposits, because the one that's contemplated in the lease is your traditional security deposit that you get back as long as there's no property damage or you don't terminate early. But again, that could only be collected upon execution of the lease. It was never executed. This deposit, as far as I can see, was only to hold the property, nothing else. It wouldn't have gone back to them, is my understanding, but I don't know because it's not in writing.
So are you saying that the position of the parties was that the the position of the respondent was that the $2,500 was to hold the property? Or are you saying that it's your conclusion that the $2,500 was to hold the property?
I think it would be most fair to say that's my conclusion. Again, I asked the respondent for any documentation regarding the deposit that was provided to the complainant, and what they sent me was the lease that again talks about this other security deposit. But that was it. So
did they ever return the $2,500 to to the complainant?
No.
So my problem is that 1260-02-09 number 4 says that the principal brokers are responsible at all times for the trust money accepted by them or their affiliate broker in accordance with the terms of the contract. So my problem is the deposit that didn't get collected for damages and stuff like that is not the question. It's the unwritten part of the holding of the contract.
Well, the fact that what would happen if they had signed the lease, what would happen to that deposit? Would it be considered the first month's rent or a deposit? Or, that's not clear. So I think there's really fault here.
And I think it's not as much a question of contracts as it is property management. First of all, so the money either goes in the escrow account or it doesn't. So the principal broker should have been involved in this also.
Just to interject, I want to point out that again, this is a property owned by a respondent who is licensed, but the rental of it was not through their firm. They were renting it as the owner of the property. So I don't think any deposit would have gone to this person's principal broker.
Now, what's the rule on that?
Well, that's what let's just get to that for a minute. Ms. Taylor will take the position, once you're a licensee, you're a licensee regardless. And if you agree to that, then these rules apply. Statute applies.
I thought it was 4 more units.
This is an overarching position Ms. Taylor takes. Once you're licensed, you're subject to the laws whether you're doing it on your own account or for a brokerage. Am I stating that correctly? So if you believe that's true, then this is a pretty easy decision. On the other hand, if you believe that if you're a for sale by owner or a for lease by owner, these rules don't apply, even though you have a real estate license, it complicates the matter. It depends on what.
So the black and white is, what is the law?
And if there is no black and white.
I believe, I guess I sort of take a hybrid approach. I do think that the rules, if you're a licensee, the rules apply to you. End of discussion. I don't think that this licensee was necessarily required to rent their own property through their brokerage, and therefore they were required to submit any deposits to their principal broker. But I do think that the rules still apply to them.
I think it's not whether they gave it to the principal broker or not. Even if they own it themselves, and they have to act as an agent and inform all parties and have things in writing and all of that.
And have an escrow account.
They can't just take money and put it in their personal account. They can't do that. And so that's an issue here.
Yes,
the money is.
That's a big reason why I'm recommending discipline on this one.
Why would this not be just considered a civil matter between these two people?
I think it could be.
And I'm not saying that the person who gave up the money has filed a suit. And I'm like,
as far as I know, they have not.
So they didn't do it. Why did they not do it? Because maybe they don't think they got a case, or because they can file with us and it's free, Well,
that is true. It's free for them to file a complaint with us, but at the end of the day, even if civil penalties are assessed, that money doesn't go to the parties.
Right.
So, I couldn't tell you exactly why the complainant filed with us, but my assumption would be they think there was bad behavior. So
let me just state one quick thing. It's a motion. We have no motion on the floor, so the floor is open for a motion. We do have council's recommendation. Mr. McMullen.
I'm going to make a motion for a $500 civil penalty, and I'm going to explain why, and somebody can tell me if I'm wrong on my interpretation of this. Okay, thank you for the second. 1260-0209 1B2 defines trust money as any money held by a licensee who acts as the temporary custodian of funds belonging to others. Mm-hmm. The deposit belonged to the complainant. It had not been earned by or belonged to the respondent at the time it was given to the respondent, because it was referred to as a deposit. It wasn't a payment. And it also matches exactly the amount of money that was supposed to be paid under the lease that never was signed. Mm-hmm. And so I think the respondent was holding the money in trust pending execution of the lease. And when the lease was never executed, the money needed to be given back to the complainant.
I had the same thought process. I'm not so sure as to what was going to be done with the money at the end of the lease, which is why I said this could be another violation, but I agree with your thought process and reasoning.
And there was no written agreement separate from the lease as to what was supposed to happen to that money. And so for that reason, I think there maybe was just a oral misunderstanding as to what was going to happen to it. But in my opinion, it belongs to the complainant, and it should have been given back to the complainant when the lease wasn't signed. So I think that was a violation.
All right, you've heard the motion. It's made by Mr. McMullen, seconded by Ms. Hills. If it gets a majority vote, we'll offer a $500 civil penalty to this licensee. Is there further discussion?
What about continuing the education?
I'm okay with the continuing education, either in contracts or property management.
Pick one.
I'll say contracts.
Okay.
I think it is mostly a contract issue that comes up in the property management
So
context.
the chair is going to make the decision that Mr. McMullen modified council's recommendation and added a $500 civil penalty and was specific about the type of education required, that being contracts education.
But how many hours though?
4 hours.
4 hours.
Over and above.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I didn't see that.
All right, everyone clear what's in front of us?
I don't think I modified council's recommendation. I think she had her recommendation, and I just made a motion that we do something in addition to what she recommended.
I count that the chair. If you want to challenge the chair, you go right ahead, but I'm sticking with my statement.
Oh, shit.
I think we're getting the same place you want to
Yes,
be.
I think so.
That's perfect. All right, let's vote on the motion. Those in favor of the motion.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Bobby.
I just want to say, I'm going to vote against the motion. I believe this person knew exactly why they gave the money. I mean, it's very common. They give the money to hold the property to keep from renting it to somebody else until they can sign the lease. And I think an unfortunate reason that they chose not to, I think it would be a very valid reason not to sign the lease if the property's in horrible condition, but they're not signing the lease because something they read on the internet. Which it double bothers me. So, and I think the third thing is to me, this is purely a civil case, and it's nothing that we need to be in the middle of. But the reason they've not done anything civilly, I believe, because they don't think they have a case, and they're asking us to fight their fight, and so so I'm going to vote against it.
That's good.
But a lady told me 30-something years ago, if it's not written, it's merely conversation.
So in that deposit, because we don't deal in rentals, is it not addressed in that the money is being held to hold? I mean, that is being held to hold it. Is it not written in those?
No, because you've got a lease, and the lease will say we're going to have this damage deposit that you're going to be paying, but you go ahead and you pay your damage deposit to hold the property. You don't get a separate form to say, now you're going to do this. It's just how it's done. And if you don't follow through with your part, then you lose your damage deposit.
Should you accept money as a licensee? Should you accept money without a written document saying where that money goes?
I think it would be a great practice to have a separate form for that, but the renters know. I mean, it's very common. It's not a one area thing. I mean, it's very common.
Ms. Taylor.
I used to be in leasing. And yes, you might sometimes take a deposit, but people knew where that deposit was going to happen. And if for some reason they didn't take it, what would happen? So I'm sure there's a lot of shake your hand, this is the way it's going to be. But to me, it needs to be in writing.
All right, the chair is determined we've had enough conversation on this. I'm ready to vote. Anybody else want to object to that?
No,
let's do it then. Those
I'm with you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. McMullen. Those in favor of the motion vote aye. Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously.
And no.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about Mr. Wood. Mr. Horn? Bobby? Johnny? All right, we're going to, hopefully you can hear us, we're going to take an hour and a half break for lunch. We'll try to start back at 10 minutes to 1. Aaron, if we're off the clock for a little bit, okay? We'll see you all back at 10 till 1. Commissioners, we're present. And we're on number 2, right?
Yeah.
Ms. Bridges' report.
Number 2 is 2018-042131. Complainant's relation to respondent is unclear. Respondent is an unlicensed individual whom complainant alleges is engaged in the practice of real estate. Complainant alleges respondent pays for leads on distressed properties and advertises them for sale on social media. Complainant claims respondent does not own any of the properties they advertise. Complainant provided 3 examples of properties they claim are marketed for sale but not owned by respondent. Respondent denies acting as or claiming to be a real estate broker and states they have never met or spoken with the complainant, and as such, they would have no firsthand knowledge of any of complainant's activities. Respondent respondent's activities. Respondent states that they are a real estate investor and that they act as principal in all transactions they are involved in. Respondent does not deny paying referral fees. Respondent used one of the properties identified by complainant as an example to demonstrate how respondent's business operates. Respondent provided a copy of an option to purchase agreement, which grants respondent, and this should be in quotes, as trustee, the option to purchase the property for a renewable period of 45 days, as well as access to the property for showing to prospective purchasers, appraisers, contractors, etc. Respondent states this provides them with equitable title/interest in the property. As of the drafting of this summary, respondent had most recently published an advertisement seeking a purchaser for a property listed on Craigslist. A public record search indicated that respondent is not the property owner. Counsel disagrees with respondent's reasoning and notes that with regard to the option to purchase, respondent's interest is limited to the option alone and not the property as a whole. 6213-104A1A exempts a real estate owner transacting in his or her own property from the licensure requirement, while respondent merely owns the option to become the property owner. I'd also like to add to this that there is an exemption under A1D that pertains to trust agreements, but that is not what we have in this situation. We have an option to purchase. So with that in mind, my recommendation is to authorize discipline for unlicensed activity in the form of a $1,000 civil penalty with language directing respondent to cease and desist from further unlicensed activity.
How many properties are we talking about?
I couldn't give you an exact number, but like I said, the complainant...
More than one or two or three?
The complainant identified three. I looked at all three, and this respondent was not listed as the owner on any of them. However, those... I will say that the three identified by complainant, I could not find those advertisements still online. But like I said, I did a search, and they are still advertising. So.
Mr. Wood?
That's where I was going. But you could identify three different properties that they were doing.
Yes.
Okay. Ready for a motion?
Yes.
I would like to make the motion that take the recommendation from legal counsel, but with it be $1,000 times each time that we could see that there's a different event. So that's three. So it'd actually be 1,000 times three to be a $3,000 civil penalty.
Second.
Okay. You've heard the motion. Now discussion.
So in the cease and desist, do you explain or just leave it up to them to come up with that they can do their own that they own? But
well, the cease and desist language is actually included in the consent order that provides for the civil penalty. Essentially, when they sign the order, they are agreeing to cease and desist from any further violations.
Okay. And this will note that it's doing that. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
I was going to say, I know you had talked earlier about like the commission or the commission staff calling people and asking them to get licensed. I know that was just up for discussion earlier, but this maybe could be a situation that, you know, you said,
yeah, then explain
get licensed. If you get licensed within 30 days, kind of, I don't know.
So Carter said we couldn't do that.
Well, Carter thinks like a traditionalist. Okay.
Well, no, he didn't say you couldn't do it once it was received for a complaint. That's what he was suggesting, is that you could do it in that fashion. Say, you know,
offset a complaint
by saying you have, you know, if we believe you're doing unlicensed activity, you know, we would like for you to get licensed. If you get licensed within whatever the time frame may be, it's either this or this.
So I just want to have a little discussion with legal on this. We every 2 or 3 years talk about this notion of, if you have an option on a piece of property, do you have the right to try to sell it? Or in a commercial situation, commercial developers will tie up a piece of property for as long a period as they can and go out and try to find tenants to lease the building that they plan to build. And if they get enough tenants, then they'll exercise their option to purchase. And this commission, over the course of several years, has looked at this differently. Like, I think I can make an argument that if I have a piece of property tied up in the contract, or my option doesn't bind me on what I can try to do during that period of time, I should have the right to do that. I don't think I have to be licensed. What are your thoughts on that, Kelsey?
My legal opinion is that if you have an option to purchase, you do not have legal title to sell the property as a whole.
You could only sell the option is all you really
You can
have is,
assign your
the
option.
paper.
But with some of the biggest knockdown, drag out things I've ever been involved in have been people who sell a property or give an option to somebody, and that person finds somebody who'll pay more than they're willing to pay. And so all of a sudden, the $100,000 sales price that was agreed to is now $125,000. And the guy that had the option collecting $25,000 never owned the property. What do you think about that concept?
I think if you don't own the property and you are finding buyers for it, you're acting as a broker.
Not for your own account.
Are you an LLC?
I'm not asking. I'm just talking about conceptually what you think about that.
I'm seeing a disconnect between what you just said. If it's for your own account, it may wind up benefiting the option or the optionee in the long run. But I don't see how that's not marketing a property that you do not own for sale.
Don't you have some sort of equitable title or some sort of title in it at that point?
I think maybe the option does provide an equitable title in the property, but it does not give you legal title.
But you don't own it. But if you have an option, you have the right to own it.
Yeah, you do have the right to
So
own it, but at this point in time, they don't own anything.
Okay, I'm just quizzing you on this thing.
Can I ask you?
I agree with you.
Well, step up to the
I want to ask you a question. That is, if in commercial real estate, I'm just clarifying my own mind. Commercial, if you put an option on a piece of land and then you're trying to get leases on that before you buy it, I think that's a different scenario because you're buying it. You're just trying to see if you close on it rather than an option to buy and selling that.
Let me give you a real life example.
All right, okay.
Collierville. You know where the Target is? New Byhalia?
I do. Mm-hmm.
Okay, our company, I went down and found that land. Our company tied it
Be
up.
careful, John.
Tied it up.
It's in the state.
Yeah. For as long as we could tie it up. Because we couldn't even present it to Target until we had control of the property. Because if we went to Target and said, hey, we got a property for you, and all of a sudden we don't. So we never owned it. We just had it tied up. So now Target says, okay, we're interested. And we don't make any money on Target. We make money on the shops that are next to it because Target is the animal that draws everybody in. So then we go out and start trying to find tenants for those shops. Still don't own it. If we've done our job right, we haven't paid much of anything for 180 days or 90 days or whatever we can negotiate. And we've built in options to extend that another 30 or 60, 90 days. And we might have to start putting some hard money up at some point. I mean, this is how developers work. Never owned a property. At the end of the day, if Target says we're not interested, we drop our option and go away because we can't, it makes no sense to do it. If Target says they're interested in it, then we'll try to find tenants. We still don't own this property. And if we're fortunate enough to get Target and our shops filled up before we ever build it, we'll sell the contract to an investor who's buying on a rate of return. Never owned it. Now, were we in the wrong doing that?
Is this confession?
I'm not prepared to tell you whether or not the chairman is
you're a real estate
violating.
company.
Well, or an individual. Say it's an individual. It's the same story. Company can't do this either if you follow Kelsey's line of thinking because they never owned it to have the right to sell
And
it.
I've got you. So if I'm a buyer, let me take it to residential because I don't do commercial. So if I'm a buyer and I'm buying Jeff's house, and I have a contract to buy Jeff's house, and I'm ready to perform that, but Marsha comes along and says, I didn't know that house was on the market. Will you sell me?
Then I'll give you $10,000.
Yeah, and make them in. And I say, yeah, I wasn't that in love with it anyway. So I go to close, and I go to Jeff's closing, and the sign right over, and I take my money.
Every deal we do is Paul Rob or assigns, which gives us a right to take that contract and assign it to anybody we want to, that option or anything else. So I'm just challenging you. I don't want you to think I know the right answer to this, but I don't think it's black and white.
I don't either, especially with the, but the one part of this that bothers me is the advertising of it and things like that. If they're not licensed, and you're licensed.
Well, but I'm not the owner. I'm taking this to the International Council of Shopping Centers.
And it's an unlicensed person.
To try to find people.
But I think you're different than an unlicensed person.
Well, we don't own it. I mean, we're talking about ownership here.
Now, they didn't own this.
No, that's the same. That's why I think it's the same.
They have the
We
option
need
of
an
license.
opinion from the Attorney General's office.
Well, we're smart.
Well,
enough
we
to
do need a legal opinion, because I think it's outside of my realm. Let's put it that way.
What does our attorney think here?
I was wondering if this person is going to be compensated by somebody else for doing this.
Why would they do it if they weren't?
For their owner. They could own it.
I'm just looking at the definition of a broker.
And that person, the respondent says he does not deny paying referral fees.
That's a different topic, perhaps.
So collect them.
But if you're unlicensed, is this an unlicensed person?
Yes, they are
You
unlicensed.
pay referral fees. You're not subject to.
If it helps at all with the discussion, recently Anna and Amanda went down to the state library to listen to archived recordings of when this section was enacted. And
that's your heart.
And they came back with some pretty valuable research. And essentially, when these exceptions under 104 were contemplated by the legislature, specifically with regard to A1A, they're talking about the owner of a house selling their own house. That's it. Well, but this is an owner. We're trying to figure out, is this an owner?
I know.
I guess my question for the commission would be, if Chairman Grease, if you do not think this is necessarily unlicensed activity, would you say it's falling under an exemption, or it just doesn't, what they're doing just doesn't require a license?
I have no legal way to answer that question. I just have what I've seen in my life. And I see people tie up property all the time, and I imagine it happens with people who tie up a house and they go out and try to flip it before they ever own it. I would think that happens. Now, is that...
They usually have a license.
No, a lot of people do it just as that's their business.
I'm not sure that we can answer this today, right here and right now, but we could go back, do more research. Our legal counsel could maybe go to the archives and listen.
Oh no, I would do that.
and then come back with a.
I'm also wondering why it's 104 exemptions firm licenses for vacation lodging services.
I'm not sure why they chose to put vacation lodging services in 104, but that's where it landed.
Reading that when I had the question.
That's not an exemption from a firm license for vacation lodging services. That the title of that statute is exemptions firm licenses for vacation lodging services. If you read down further in the statute, it talks about you have to have a firm license for a vacation lodging service. The inquiry may be, I don't know, what I'm thinking may make it pretty fact intensive, but if the owner of the option was out marketing either the property or the option, and the idea being either I'm going to assign this option to you, or I'm going to execute the option and sell the property to you, and all the respondent was getting was the value of the property or the value of the option, then that doesn't seem like the person is being a broker to me under the definition of broker. But if the compensation that the person is receiving is something other than the value of the option or the value of the property, then it seems like they are being compensated for their services as a broker. And then that starts to look like they are being a broker.
And who determines that value?
That's a pretty tough question because, I mean, it's one thing if it's like on a closing statement and you can see it. But if it's just, I'm going to pay you $1 million for that property, and maybe it was only worth $950,000, and you're putting 50 in your pocket for the work you did. It's hard to really know in the market, was it worth 950 or was it $1 million? Because it's just
worth $1 million to somebody.
That's kind of within the margin of error, you know. Here, though, back to the question we have in front of us, it's a little bit hard to know because I don't think we have an actual transaction yet, right? We just have a complainant who says the respondent is doing this stuff, but we then have just respondent used one of the properties identified complainant as an example to demonstrate how the business operates. So unless maybe it was clear that exactly how this person was going to be compensated, it's a little hard to say if they were just offering to execute the option and sell the property, or if they were offering to sell the option, or if they were going to do those things plus get some kind of fee.
So they never said that they had a contract to purchase the property, the respondent?
That's all they provided
This
was
is their
the
plan.
option. So what I have seen is an individual who does not own a house is advertising that house for sale online. They have an option to purchase that house. They never stated I did purchase it. They provided me with the option to purchase.
But they did provide the option to
They
purchase.
provided the option to purchase. I don't know how it resulted, but they gave me a copy of that, and they're advertising the house for sale online. That's what we know.
Did the Craigslist advertisement just have a dollar figure of a price, or was the amount to be paid, did it include like a fee on top of that, or was it more complicated?
No, it's just a dollar amount.
The respondent is saying that provides them with an equitable title and interest. To me, that's the big question. Is it? Is it?
Is what that option
Equitable
is for.
title or interest in the property? I do see it as an interest in the property.
And I would say they have every right to sell their interest in the property, but their interest is not the property as a whole.
Yeah.
Their interest is the option to purchase the property.
So if they purchased it and then 30 minutes later had another closing where they netted an extra $100,000, that would be okay.
Yeah, I believe if they purchase it and then they sell it, then that's an owner transacting in their own property.
Unless the option had the optionee's name or assigns, then you could assign that option.
Sure, you can assign the option, but what they're advertising online isn't the option. They're advertising the house.
I understand your perspective. Mr. Wood?
I know I come at this as a skewed perspective because my background is more residential than commercial. And in residential, more of the people that do this kind of stuff, rarely do they go into it trying to buy the property. It's kind of those late night TV things. You too can be a real estate investor, and you need no credit and no money, and you can make millions. And so they never had any intention or ability most times to buy the property. All they ever did was tie the property up. Where I think, and I don't want to try to legislate intent, but where in your situation, John, your intention was to do something, and y'all had the ability to do something. Where these other people, I'm not so sure they always have the ability or the intent to do something.
We've had those people before us and they call themselves wholesalers.
Yeah.
And when I ask what's a wholesaler, they're like, well, we're not going to buy the property ourselves. We're just going to flip it. That's what you're talking about, and that is different, I think, from commercial.
Well, but conceptually, it's the same. You can't.
It is.
separate.
It is.
That's right.
It sounds to me like there are still some questions that need to be answered, particularly Commissioner McMullen's questions. It is fact intensive. I don't know exactly how the compensation is. Perhaps it would be best to change my recommendation to just table this and come back with more information on both equitable versus legal title and what their compensation looks like.
And if we're willing to do that at the same time, if you could find out how many properties are involved, because if we find out that they are guilty of this, I'd like to know how many properties are involved as much as possible.
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
Okay. The council is recommending we defer this for 30 days. Is that enough time?
Until it depends on how difficult it is to get the information, but I'll get started on that and hopefully be back in January.
We'll put it on January's agenda, and then if you're not ready, just let us know.
Okay.
Is there a second to Ms. Hill's motion?
Well, now we've already got another motion out there. What do we need to do with it?
Well, what was that motion?
For the-
$3,000.
For the $3,000.
I'm sorry, you're right.
We
We need
can
to withdraw that.
if you want. Would you like to withdraw it, or you want us to go forward and see how it goes? We might not have to put it on January's agenda.
Okay. Well, let's go forward and see what
All right.
happens. Yeah, let's go
See
forward.
what we got.
All right. The motion on the floor is a $3,000
Yes.
civil penalty.
Yeah.
Now, if Ms. Hills would like to say her motion is a substitute motion, then we will consider that before we consider the primary motion. Was yours a substitute motion?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Hill's motion, and properly seconded, is a substitute motion. So if this passes, we'll take this issue up again in January. If it fails, we will go and consider Bobby Wood's motion. So if you're in favor of putting this off until January, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed, you'll vote no. And if you want to get to Bobby's motion to consider it today, you'll vote no as well. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion passes. Hey, Johnny Gordon. This is on a 6-1 vote. 5-1. 1-2.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you vote on that, Johnny?
Yes, I did.
Did you vote to defer for 30 days?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. We just want to make sure we get it right.
Okay.
All right, number 3.
Number 3 is 2018-043131. Complainant was a potential purchaser and respondent was likely complainant's agent. However, as of the drafting of this summary and as of today, council has not been able to review a copy of the agency agreement or received confirmation that such an agreement exists. In any event, the facts are as follows. Respondent, on behalf of complainant, submitted an offer to purchase a property on June 20th, 2018. The property seller submitted a counteroffer the following day. According to complainant, they accepted the counteroffer within the hour. However, complainant states they were never advised by respondent to actually sign it. Complainant states that respondent informed them that all they needed to do was obtain proof of their pre-approval and provide their $500 earnest money payment. Respondent deposited complainant's earnest money payment dated June 22nd on June 25th, and complainant emailed their pre-approval letter to respondent later that same day. Respondent answered the complaint through an attorney. Respondent denies failing to inform complainant that they needed to sign the counteroffer. A copy of the counteroffer was attached. The offer was submitted on a standard form, which included the following clauses. Until notice of acceptance is delivered, the subject property is still on the market for sale, and this offer may be revoked any time with notice, and the property may be sold to any other party. And this counteroffer form will not be a part of the purchase and sale agreement and will not be binding until accepted and signed by all parties. The form did not provide for a time limit for complainant's acceptance. Respondent informed complainant about the counteroffer via email dated June 22nd, timestamped at 12:28 p.m., stating accepted offer, need pre-approval letter, and $500 earnest money.
Can I interject right here? I think the next paragraph is going to tell the whole issue was they didn't respond back in time, and the defense of the respondent was their office was closed.
More or less, yes.
But the internet wasn't closed, but their office was. And
Right.
so, and that was their whole issue, that they didn't take care of their agent or their client because of that. So I want to agree with and move to accept council's recommendation of $1,000 civil penalty.
We have a second by Mr. Diaz. We keep our internet in the office, in a closet at the office.
Okay.
Mine's under my pillow.
We let ours out. So.
Okay. All right. Is there discussion on the motion? Motion is to accept council's recommendation. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 4.
And number 4, 2018-043801. Anonymous complainant alleges respondent is actively operating as a real estate broker with an expired license. Complainant states that as of June 19, 2018, respondent had an active listing on MLS and suspects that respondent accepted a contract on the property sometime in June. Internal records show the respondent originally received their license on June 12, 2012, and timely renewed their license every 2 years thereafter until 2018. In 2018, respondent did not renew until July 12th, approximately 30 days after expiration. In their answer to the complaint, respondent stated their license was never fully expired, but rather in a grace period of expiration, while they waited for all of their continuing education hours to be reported. Respondent stated the listing referenced in the complaint was created on June 19th, 2018, and that no contracts have been drafted or accepted. Tennessee Code Annotated 6213-319 provides for a 60-day grace period for the renewal of an expired license with payment of a late fee. Respondent's assertion that they renewed their license within the grace period is correct. However, respondent seems to misunderstand the effect of the grace period. Section 319 permits a licensee who fails to timely renew their license prior to its expiration the opportunity to still renew or to have the license quote-unquote reinstated without taking a new examination. The grace period does not permit unlicensed activity. Council recommends a letter of instruction.
I think we need more than
Did we prove that they were doing real estate? I mean, they don't.
They had an active listing while their license was expired. However, they did renew within the time frame, but they were still acting as a broker.
So don't know about any sales contracts, but they had active
But if
listing.
they got an active listing, they're participating. They're being a real estate agent. Fontaine, do you want to make a motion? I like where you were going.
Me too.
But you interrupted her before
I know.
she did.
But I could just read her mind. Read her mind.
And not just by Bobby. I
Right.
might add.
No, I think we need a $500 fine at least, and a class in what what would be the perfect class for that? You teachers.
There is one specifically for getting your license active.
He doesn't know. I mean, he doesn't know what he's doing. That's for sure. Shitty case.
Maybe contracts.
Yeah, I'll just say
Okay.
contracts.
What is that? A 4-hour course?
4 hour.
4-hour course in contracts within the above and beyond the education and within 180 days. Okay.
Okay, is there a second to Mr. Mueller's motion? Okay, the motion on the floor is to, instead of a letter of instruction that's recommended by council, a $500 civil penalty offer to go along with a 4-hour course to be completed within 180 days on contracts. That's what's in front of you. Commission, discussion. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye. Opposed, no. Mr. Horn? He voted aye. Thank you, sir. Number 5.
Number 5 is 2018-046071.
Second.
Motion by Mr. McMullen and seconded by Ms. Hills would accept council's recommendation, which is to assess a civil penalty of $1,000 for failure to respond to the complaint.
And I agree with all that. My thing, this is one of those, and I don't know how you deal with this. To me, I mean, the problem is they didn't respond.
Was it delivered? Was my question. Was that yours?
Well, no, they didn't respond. But the real issue is if they were to give us a response back, I mean, I think the issue was the wholesaler was saying they didn't tell them how much the commission was accurately. But that's this one, and then it was 11. They benefited by another $11,000.
Well, that's what the complainant alleges, but we don't really know.
Well, and we don't know because they didn't give the answer.
They didn't respond.
But if we were to go to court and they didn't show up, then we would assume that the complainant was right, and that's something that my frustration here. They may have got an extra 11, but they're only going to get penalized 1,000. I can't fix that today, but I'm just that's just one. It's disappointing the way we're set up. I'm just whining. Let's go.
I wouldn't call it whining.
No, I agree with
Venting.
you.
Venting.
Well, I wrote a note that they didn't keep people informed more needed, but I'd have to reread it to just say why I put that down there. But
I mean, if you're going to explain anything to someone, it would be your commission. And so why you would not have explained that, I mean, who's going to practice real estate without first talking about what they're to be paid.
Well, why don't we do a $500 fine for not keeping people informed and then $1,000?
So I don't. We don't have the prerogative here, I think, to assume guilt without response
or proof.
Or proof.
Well, only that they didn't respond.
Stick with the $1,000.
Right.
Yeah.
And here's what
And
could
that's
happen.
Bobby's frustration.
Occasionally, people will suddenly say, "Well, I did respond," or "I'm sick and couldn't respond, so here's my response." At which point, we can take that up. We're sticking with council's recommendation at this moment: $1,000 civil penalty. Failure to respond. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye. Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 6.
That person, they may have other rights besides filing a complaint with us. I mean, if they think there was a breach of contract, they could sue for a breach of contract to get their $11,000 back.
Number 6. Number 6 is 2018-046051.
Council's recommendation.
Second.
You've heard the motion, you heard the recommendation. Discussion. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Kelsey, before you go turn the page, is this a case where a principal broker ought to be added to the mix?
I wondered why did they add the firm and not the principal broker?
There's no complaint against the principal broker at this time, but is it one that we should open up in a situation like this?
Honestly, I could not. I couldn't say at this point whether I think opening one against the principal broker is necessary. Honestly, with these sorts of complaints, when we realize there's been no response, I type up "there's been no response" and move along.
But the principal broker received notice also, in addition to this affiliate broker. Why didn't the principal broker?
I don't. Well, in the second one, it was directed to the firm, so presumably the principal broker did receive notice. But I don't know that the principal broker does automatically receive notice of a complaint filed against an affiliate.
They do.
They do. Okay.
We currently are sending them out on a monthly basis, just one big swoop of all the complaints opened, and then sending it to the principal broker so they get a notice.
They need to know.
Yeah.
Well, I think if you're going to try to figure out the answer to the underlying question, getting the principal broker's attention, which we should have already gotten, frankly.
Yeah.
It might be worth the effort to open up a complaint against that principal broker.
The principal broker should have made sure that the complaint was answered in the first place.
Like a failure to supervise type complaint.
You're right.
Just a thought. Commission, what do you think?
Yes, I think we need to make a motion that the principal broker, the heck can't be fined for not responding. Well, but the firm,
it's for
Just open the complaint.
supervision, lack
lack of supervision.
Yeah, yeah. You think that's a good idea or a bad idea?
I think if the commission wants us to look into the actions of the principal broker, that's completely permissible, and we can get a complaint opened.
My logic is he's in charge of the affiliate and the affiliate's actions. If the affiliate gets a complaint filed against him or her, then the principal broker ought to make sure that it's responded to.
Yes.
And in this case, it didn't happen, apparently. So I would think...
I second Ms. Taylor's motion then.
The motion is for staff to open up a complaint against the principal broker. Ms. Taylor made the motion. Ms. Frank seconded. Further discussion? Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 7.
All right, number 7 is 2018-048181. Complainant is anonymous. Respondent is a licensed affiliate broker. Complainant states that they are working on a transaction in which respondent is the listing agent and alleges that respondent's license is expired within the grace period. Complainant states respondent may have already renewed their license by the time they filed the complaint, but that during the time it was expired, respondent had multiple active listings. Respondent admits that their license did lapse temporarily in April 2018 after they were diagnosed with a malignant cyst in their kidney. Respondent states since that time they've been in and out of hospitals and doctor visits trying to come up with a plan. And around the same time, respondent states their uncle, who was also their principal broker, died, which also caused a delay in respondent getting their renewal application to the commission. Respondent states they never intended on deceiving anyone or practicing without a license, and that it was truly a mistake that they will not be making again. Internal records are consistent with respondent's statement about their uncle and former principal broker and show that respondent renewed their license 30 days into the 60-day grace period. My recommendation is for a letter of instruction.
Do we typically do a letter of instruction when somebody is within the grace period? Huh?
Isn't this the same as number 4? How's this different than number 4?
But how could it have been renewed 30 days into when they expired in April and they didn't renew until June 11th?
To answer Commissioner McMullen's question first, I don't know that it's different from number 4. My recommendation was the same on both of them. And then with regard to your question, and the complaint was received in June, but it was referring to activities and actions that occurred in
But the
April.
expiration date of their license now is now June 11th, 2020. That tells me they renewed June 11th, 2018.
They
No.
keep the same expiration date.
Oh, they do?
Unless
Sure,
they're
right.
past a year, in which case they have to reinstate and retake the test.
So, Caitlin, you know, we're referring to a 60-day grace period, but in fact, it's a year grace period, isn't it?
Yeah, so for April to...
Fees. They have a year to renew with
to reactivate
many
their
additional
license.
fees. Yes.
There's nothing
Without
special.
having to retest.
Right. So the 60 days is the same as 90 or 120 days from a practical point of view, except that the penalty goes higher
I
each
think
month.
the difference, and this is is that some people will pay their renewal fee and then they don't do the other stuff. So there's like a 30-day grace period for them to make sure everything else is in. If that makes sense, like education.
And does that include E&O also?
Do what?
E&O also? E&O and education? Or E&O's just do it at the end of the year, though?
Well, we see it more with education than we do with E&O because of, a large majority of licensees being on a 2-year.
But do we need a letter of instruction if they've already done what they needed to do? And letter of instruction, that doesn't even go in their file, does it?
It does go.
Oh, it does.
I'd just like to clarify that, like, your
Go
license is expired when it expires. So, like, the grace period is just that's what it's called. It's not really a thing. So you get like 30 days before penalties start to kick in. So
You have
when
no
your-
license.
So your license is expired at that point. I just wanted to clarify that. Like, so, and then
It's exactly the same as the discussion we just had on 4.
yes. So I just
Motion to do the same thing as we did on number 4.
But so did their license
one second.
expire April
Tell me what it was.
or their kidney?
I'll have to pull up the core information to give you the specific dates. When I typed this up, it was my understanding that at some point in April it lapsed, and that they renewed it within 60 days of the lapsing.
So why would they have it lapsed 2
Well-
months before?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
One thing I think between this one and 4 is that this one did have a better excuses, but people ought to know when their license expires and keep up with it, and that's the problem. The excuses are just another.
But I can.
They were able to work on a transaction, but they weren't able to get
exactly.
their license
And
renewed.
sell their houses.
Did they work on a transaction?
Complaint states that they are working. Yeah.
So I say it would do the 5-hour fine with a 4-hour contract class, the same as we did. So we'll be doing the same thing.
Can I follow up with Ms. Hill's concern? Okay, good.
The license. Do
You understand her question?
Yes, I understand the question.
Okay.
Do you need the license number?
Let's move number 7.
Are we keeping that motion on the?
The motion, as the chair understands it right now, is a $500 civil penalty in a 4-hour contracts class. But the question Ms. Hills has is, how can her license have elapsed in April when she was licensed from June to June every 2 years? That's all right. Let's go to number 8, Kelsey.
All right. Number 8 is 2018-048611. Complainant filed a consumer complaint with the Division of Consumer Affairs, who then forwarded the matter to the Commission for an investigation into possible violations of the Broker License Act. The basis of complainant's complaint was an advertisement from respondent, an unlicensed real estate investor, offering a way for consumers to quote-unquote sell their homes in 7 days or less. Complainant stated that when respondent actually contacts the homeowners, the timeline proposed is more akin to 30 to 60 days. The advertisement contains other language like avoid waiting, hassles, listings, realtors, and fees. We negotiate and buy sales in any price, any condition. An investigation was opened. The investigator was able to locate respondent, who they state was very forthcoming and cooperative. Respondent provided an affidavit to answer the allegations raised in the complaint, as well as a copy of their standard purchasing agreement. Respondent states they are a buyer only, they never sell, and that they work with other individual investors and buyers who are partners. Respondent states they want to be totally transparent and provided a copy of the standard purchase agreement, which does include some questionable terms, including the requirement that the seller permit the buyer, if necessary, to hold an event to attract as many potential funders/buyers as possible during the agreed upon option period. Respondent denies giving any quote-unquote open houses and states that the only time they might have people over is with the agreement of the potential seller, and that the only people who come are respondent's investor partners. Respondent stresses that they want to be as transparent as possible and states they have hired an attorney to help them navigate the licensing laws. The investigator's report included a remark that they found the respondent to be believable and earnestly trying to conduct a legitimate business. Counsel recommends a letter of warning/instruction alerting respondent to the definition of broker as well as the advertising rules and putting them on notice that any unlicensed activity may result in future disciplinary action. And then, again, my recommendation is for a letter of warning.
So, this is unlicensed. Did you see what they said that they for the 7 days, consumers to sell their homes in 7 days or less?
They didn't really answer that directly. This complaint went through a somewhat of a unique process in that it went out for investigation before it reached us. And so they provided their answer essentially to the investigator, not to legal. But yeah, I don't know 100% the answer to your question. I'll say.
But I think it's pretty black and white. You're either licensed or you're unlicensed. One or the other. You can't be in the middle somewhere, get a letter of warning.
I agree with unlicensed versus licensed, it being a black and white issue. My recommendation was largely framed based upon the investigator's statements that they found this individual to be believable, trying to do the right thing. When this individual spoke with the investigator, they also requested numerous times that somebody with the commission reach out to them. That's not something we normally do. We don't provide legal advice to outside people, but that was also persuading to me that they're trying to do the right thing, but I think they are confused.
I can be a bad guy and be trying, you know? You either are or you aren't.
And then step back and say, well, let someone tell me if I'm doing something wrong. Because, I mean, even in the guarantees alone, it says any offer, guarantee, or warranty. And that's what licensees have to. This is an offer.
And this was opened in July. So tell me this, have they done the right thing and gotten a license since July?
They're waiting to hear from us. And I think if we do a letter of warning, my motion would be, I don't know what statute.
Well, I mean, what do we usually do on unlicensed activity?
I think earlier it was proposed, the proposal is $1,000 per.
Right. That's what we usually do.
Listing at this point, we don't have any listings, but we do have somebody contacting homeowners attempting to buy the
You know,
homes.
it's unlicensed activity.
I think.
Has there been a motion?
No.
I make a motion that we have a $1,000 penalty against this
Or what? That's
respondent
what I'm trying to
for
think.
unlicensed activity.
Okay. Second.
Well, in the other one we said, and to cease and desist from
Yes.
further unlicensed
Yes, and
activity.
to cease and desist.
Okay, Ms. Franks made this motion that would, if accepted by the respondent, would include a $1,000 civil penalty and a cease and desist letter. Motion was seconded by Ms. Hills. Discussion. Oh, I'm a little foggy on this one. The guy's buying it for his own account, he says. And sometimes he gets partners.
So he's acting on behalf of other people.
Oh,
You know, he said not partners, he said investors.
that's okay. Investors.
We don't know if he's a LLC or anything yet either.
Oh, wait.
No, my concern was when he has open houses for the sake of finding other buyers / investors. To me, that almost sounds like something he's been coached by his legal people to call them partners rather than buyers. And so that's my concern. That's why don't feel as good about his believability. So.
And in quotes, we have the phrase option period. So we're back to options again.
Yes, I do think that this is fairly similar to the complaint we discussed earlier. Again, my recommendation was largely influenced by the statements of the investigator, who at this point is the only person that's interacted with
And I'll
this
tell you,
matter.
if you send an investigator to my office, I'm going to be the nicest person that guy has ever seen. So I don't give any credence to that, and especially if I'm doing something wrong, I'd be extra nice.
You're nice to everybody, right?
No, but I mean, I don't give that niceness any kind of credibility to or any leniency in the behavior.
And if we don't get this right, we're saying to him,
Others, it's open to
you
the
are
door.
okay to do it the way you've been doing it.
If he doesn't like it, he can come back before us.
Well, I'm just from consistency.
That's
I agree.
I'm thinking about this. Maybe this ought to be put off and be heard next month.
Well, I'm
close to that
good with
upper
that.
instead
I'm good
up
with
here.
that. If Commissioner Franks did.
If we do defer this, I mean, would you want us to send out another investigator? Are we looking for more information?
I think I can
or-
make my decision based on if you give me a definitive legal answer to whether somebody who ties up a piece of property to try to flip it or make money on it you need a license to do that. If you guys can come back next month, I'll know how to vote on both of these cases.
Right.
There's no motion on the floor to do that at this point, so we'll keep on going. The motion at the moment is a $1,000 civil penalty and a cease and desist letter. Further discussion. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed vote no. Chair votes no. Mr. Horn, how'd you vote?
Aye.
Thank you, sir. 7. That's 1 no. $1,000 civil penalty. Number 9.
Number 9 is 2018.
I was going to say, if y'all want to go back to 7.
Okay, let's go back to 7.
So what I found was that he expired 6/11/18, and he did not renew until July 16th of 2018. So there was roughly a month period where he was expired.
I think the
Not in
issue
April.
is somebody just accidentally said April. April shouldn't have been in there.
You can see how that could cause a problem.
I can. Yeah, that is confusing.
Okay, let's go back to that for a second. There's a motion on the floor for this particular case that would offer the respondent a $500 civil penalty and a 4 hours contract course. Everybody still okay with that? Yes.
I don't recall who made that motion.
That was Fontaine.
And Bobby seconded. I think.
And that contracts course is over and above and within 180 days.
All right, other discussion. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 9.
Number 9 is 2018-050021. Complainant was the listing agent in a transaction involving respondent, an affiliate broker who represented the potential buyers, a married couple. Complainant alleges respondent submitted a fraudulent notification to terminate the parties' TR purchase and sale agreement based upon a non-existent home inspection. Complainant states the PSA was fully executed on June 27, 2018. Per the terms of the agreement, the buyer had 3 days to conduct a home inspection. A professional home inspection was scheduled for June 30th, but was canceled the day before. Complainant provided a copy of an email from the home inspection company dated June 30th, advising the inspection was canceled because one of the buyers was being admitted to the hospital. At approximately 9 p.m. the same day, respondent emailed complainant a notification of termination based upon an unsatisfactory home inspection. Complainant stated that respondent did contact complainant the morning of the 30th to request complainant call them to discuss something important. Complainant alleges that during this conversation, respondent stated one of the buyers was not feeling well and had to go to the hospital and that they would likely have to withdraw from the contract. Complainant states they asked if the buyers were prepared to forfeit their earnest money payment, to which respondent answered no and stated they would terminate pursuant to the home inspection contingency. In answer to the complaint, respondent denies making any fraudulent, misleading, or otherwise false statements of fact to complainant and states they communicated their client's position as directed. Respondent's statement confirms that a home inspection was originally scheduled for the 30th, but that it had to be canceled when one of the buyers was unexpectedly admitted to the hospital. And according to respondent, the other buyer opted to, quote, visually inspect the property themselves and finding it unsatisfactory, opted to exercise their right to terminate the agreement. Respondent notes this was all done within the 3-day timeline provided in the PSA. Later that same day, respondent notified complainant and emailed a copy of the notification of termination, which stated repairs needed are not satisfactory to buyer's acceptance. Thereafter, on July 11th, complainant emailed respondent to request a specified list of objections allegedly identified during the home inspection. Complainant states they never received a response. In the rebuttal, complainant claimed there was no way the buyer could have inspected the property on their own because the showing center has no record of any appointments made over that weekend. Counsel believes respondents' clients acted within their right to cancel the PSA, but notes the specific language of the agreement requires the buyer, in the event of an immediate termination, to provide the seller with a list of written specific objections. The record does not contain any evidence that respondent provided such a list to complainant or provided any response at all when contacted by the complainant on the 11th. As such, counsel recommends the commission authorize disciplinary action for respondent's failure to exercise reasonable skill and care to all parties in the transaction. And my recommendation is for a $1,000 civil penalty for the violation of 403.
Move to accept council's recommendation.
Motion by Ms. Frank, second by Mr. Diaz, that council's recommendation be adopted. Mr. Wood.
Would you also mind maybe adding a 4 hours contracts class to this too?
I always like adding education.
Okay.
Okay, the recommendation, is that all right with you, Mr. Diaz? Okay. The recommendation of council has been modified by a motion that would add 4 hours of continuing education specifically related to contracts.
With the time frame and of over and above, right? For the contract.
Yes, over and above your regular required hours and within 180 days.
So,
That's a good question.
sure, I'd like to too. Go ahead.
I have trouble understanding what the respondent did wrong. I understand that maybe the buyer may have breached the contract, may have made up the termination under a claimed inspection that didn't happen. But what was the respondent's role in really doing that? And is he responsible for his client maybe breaching the contract or having a bad faith termination or something?
At the very least, I would question why respondent never answered the request for specified objections.
Well, in the retelling of the case, it seems to me the respondent was aware that the home inspection didn't actually occur and communicated their client's inspection to the complainant, knowing that there wasn't a real home inspection conducted.
And it
You
all comes down
can,
to if
you
you know.
can do your own.
Yes, I mean my daddy was a contractor. Everybody in your family is.
I've put the options in for something I've purchased, and then.
But if you don't go to the
Decide.
house, there's no way you could have inspected it.
Yeah.
Well, they probably saw the house when they first looked at it,
Mm.
and surely they could have found something during that time that was not to their liking, that was not cosmetic. I think that the issue is where the agent and Austin, I kind of struggled with that too. I think if the agent would have given just a little bit of coaching, we're not talking about this right now, and I think that was the problem, that the agent didn't know the rule either. And if the agent would have done it, and I'm going to say something nice here. I wish Mr. Green was here. Your last paragraph or your summary was perfect, spot on, and that was
thank you.
perfect. So,
Thanks.
Okay, further discussion. So my question mirrored Austin's. I mean, you can only do what your client allows you to do.
That's illegal. Yeah.
And if your client won't give you a list of objections, it's hard to present them. So, with that said, everybody ready to vote? The motion. Did we put education on this too?
Mm-hmm. 4-hour contract.
Okay. The motion is $1,000 civil penalty coupled with a 4-hour contracts class to be completed within 180 days. Let's vote. If you're in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no.
No.
Chair votes no. So the chair's opinion, there's 6 ayes and 2 noes. Ms. Hills, the chairman vote no. Next, number 10.
Number 10 is 2018-039701. Complainant is a timeshare owner and respondent is a timeshare company. Complainant originally
Motion
purchased.
to accept recommendation.
Second.
You've heard the motion. It's pretty clear cut. $1,000 civil penalty for failure to respond. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. 11, 12, 13, and 14.
For this next batch, this is the same paragraph that we included in the last report. Would you like me to read that into the record, or would you all just like to make a motion?
Well, if you'll give us the case numbers.
Sure. The case numbers are 2018-081191, 2018-082011, 2018-078821, 2018-076581, and that is all.
Motion to accept recommendation.
Second.
And for the record, the recommendation is to monitor litigation in each of these cases. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Ms. Franks, help me out.
All right. Eric, Ms. Smith.
Yes.
All right, we're ready for number 15.
Go to the last sentence.
Sure. Let me read the number real quick. 15 is 2018-046171. And the second to the last paragraph? Or?
Number 15.
15.
You read 16.
What number
An
do you have?
updated version of the legal report on your iPads. Number 15 was taken off of the legal report, so number 16 is the new number 15.
Oh, it might be important to tell some of the old heads up here.
Yeah, because
When
I'm
you
right
do
on
that.
mine.
Why was it taken off?
It was on I had this as well, so I'm not sure if some people didn't get the
Thank you, Ms.
updated.
Bridges. How-
So why was number 15 taken off?
We needed further time to look at the complaint.
You did or legal did? I mean,
The legal team did. Yes,
What
it'll
number are we on?
it's R16.
R16. The iPad has the newest version, but if you print it out beforehand, it's number 16. But on the iPads, it's number 15.
Is the one we're not doing.
15. Okay,
Those-
yeah. It's not on your
Our
iPad.
16 became 15.
Oh, okay. It's clear as mud. Okay.
Muddy. Okay. So
Is there Are we all on the same page?
We're ready. Ms. Smith.
So, do you want me to read? It has 15 or 16?
16.
Read the long number.
Okay. 2018-046171.
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. McMullen and a second by Ms. Taylor. Any discussion?
Just for the record, the recommendation is based on the fact that the respondent failed to respond to the complaint.
Correct.
Okay.
And we have a certified mail receipt that's signed.
Perfect.
Would it be wrong for us to, because in here, to me, it looks like the agent wasn't really sure how they should act. I mean, they were being a facilitator for themselves, if I'm not mistaken. And I just think they don't understand the agency. And would it be wrong for us to add in a 4-hour agency class in this too?
I have the confirmation of agency status form.
Okay.
I would just like for consistency purposes, since they haven't responded, and we did not assess education for the other complaints when the individual didn't have a chance to respond, or refrain from adding any additional.
No, they did have a chance to respond. They chose not to.
Right, but they didn't. My argument was that in the prior, they didn't respond, and therefore we don't have their side, and so we would just cite them for failure to respond, as we did in the prior 2 complaints.
I didn't like that one either. So
We can't make assumptions about the facts in the case. Or traditionally, we haven't. Perhaps we can.
I forgot which one it was.
We can when they don't respond. I agree.
Can we, or we just haven't done it in the past? I mean, my
I
thought
think
is,
certainly are cases where you can. I mean, like if somebody doesn't respond and we think they're a threat to, the world, then we summarily suspend their license or something. So it's impossible.
Do you have the confirmation in front
I
of
do.
you? What did they mark? And
So,
maybe the
on the
complainant's wrong.
seller side, they marked designated agent for the seller, and then the buyer and the licensee name is blank, and transaction broker or facilitator is checked.
Okay. Was there only one agent, or were there multiple agents
Only one agent from
in the whole transaction?
The few
They don't
documents I
understand
got.
agency.
They don't.
Okay.
They sure don't. So I think it's
So-
just
so
a good
ba-
time that
yeah.
we do add that to it.
Well,
If that's what we know
Because you
what
have
the
the
problem
facts.
is.
Well, I would add, just for any other reason. I mean, this is my first meeting, and I'm seeing a number of cases where respondents are not being respondents; they're not responding. So I think we ought to punish them for not responding, so that future people will respond. We need that information.
I mean, the $1,000 civil penalty is simply for them failing to respond. That is a penalty. This case in particular, the allegations, they're just, I don't believe them based on what I have in the file. Other times I would probably recommend more discipline. I just don't have any kind of proof that the allegations here are true.
And I never look at education as a penalty. I look at it as just trying to help this person to get it right next time. Because there's lots of people that can write $1,000 check and keep doing the wrong thing.
Some people call it going to work. I call it going to fun.
But what you just read on that confirmation shows me they need an agency class.
I mean,
there's
it's
a
a
problem.
fact, and they're the ones that drafted, they authored it.
All right, so Austin, you were the one that made the
I
You
said
amend
accept
it?
the recommendation. What's the amendment?
4 hours
4 hours
for
agency class.
agency class.
Agency.
Sure.
Okay.
Do it.
Is that okay with you, Fontaine?
That is just really, of course, we need to add the other
Okay.
language about
All
the
right.
class.
Let's have a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, the old number 17, new number 16, 2018-046741. Complainant is a Tennessee citizen and respondent is a licensed affiliate broker. Complainant alleges respondent is using a sign that is not compliant with advertising guidelines. The advertisement shows the firm name with the word realty at the end when there is no realty in the firm name, and the firm name is in much smaller font than the agent's name and the numbers provided. So our executive director sent an agreed citation offering a $500 civil penalty for violation of Rule 1260-02-.123B, and the respondent contested that. They argued that they've been licensed for 18 years without discipline. They weren't trying to be deceptive, and they changed the advertisement immediately. My recommendation is a $500 civil penalty for violation of that rule.
So move. Second.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to accept council's recommendation, $500 civil penalty, made by
Me.
Austin McMillan and seconded by Mr. Wood. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Can I say this one thing? I can't hear Johnny, so we all make sure I get his right. I don't want to. I don't hear real good. Okay, next one, please.
This is the new number 17, 2018-049-311. Complainant is an anonymous Tennessee citizen and respondent is a licensed broker. Complainant alleges respondent placed a sign in the yard of a property for sale but has not entered it into the MLS, even though the local MLS has a
To accept that recommendation.
I think the next two go together.
Yeah, I do too.
We kind of need to take a look at them all together.
Yes, so this respondent, they responded, but it wasn't their sign. So I'm recommending dismissal because we've got the next complaint against the principal broker. And I've also been notified that we opened a complaint against the affiliate broker whose sign it was, and they've already signed an agreed citation and paid a $500 civil penalty.
Okay, so Austin made a motion to dismiss number 9311, ending in 9311. Was there a second?
Second.
Okay. All right. Any more discussion on that one?
Okay, so then who is
The
who's the respondent then?
So the
was this person's name not even on the sign?
The complainant is anonymous, didn't send us a picture of the sign.
Okay.
The only reason I got it is because the principal broker in the next complaint sent me a picture of it. And then we also opened a complaint against the affiliate broker. That's been closed because they signed an agreed citation. I did not know that when I wrote this report, so I recommended opening one, but we don't need to do that now.
Okay.
So you're saying that this recommendation for our 18,
what?
Our number 18 is what you
To
still
dismiss.
recommend, and our 19 has been taken care of. Is that what you're saying?
19 is the principal broker, so.
But that has not been.
Right.
The
We're voting
affiliate broker.
on just
Okay,
the
I got
one
you. I got
first.
you.
I'm sorry about
All
the
right.
confusion.
Ending in 9311.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. So are we clear with that to dismiss? Okay. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Okay. And then the next one ending in 9321.
This is 2018-049-321. So the complainant is the same as the complainant above. This respondent is the principal broker for the affiliate broker, which you don't see on your report, the affiliate broker. But they have already agreed to the discipline. It's been closed. My recommendation here was to issue a letter of instruction and warning for failure to supervise against the principal broker, because the principal broker, they sent me a picture of the advertisement. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had it. They could have avoided all of this, but they were truthful and forthcoming. And the way they're training their agents, I feel is appropriate, and I feel the affiliate broker deserves that harsher penalty of $500, which they paid. It's rare that I would recommend a letter of instruction for a principal broker, but I felt it was the correct recommendation here.
So that's what you recommended, and they have accepted that.
Well, the affiliate broker.
Okay.
accepted the fine.
Okay.
And the principal broker here, I just recommended a letter of instruction and warning.
We on 9321.
Yes.
Move to accept recommendation.
Accept your recommendation now removes open a complaint against the affiliate broker because that's already occurred.
You just made the motion.
No, I thought you.
I just want her recommendation
That was
initially
one
had
before.
two parts to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so we're taking the second part out.
Correct.
Okay.
So that recommendation, we take out the complaint against the affiliate broker because that's already been done.
Correct.
Okay. So this motion is a letter of instruction and warning for failure to supervise. Okay, but now let me ask you this. So you have type of licensed real estate broker. Is this not the principal broker?
Caitlin, can you help me with that? Because sometimes CORE will say just broker. They'll say real estate broker, not principal.
And that's an interesting fact because when you need to call the principal broker, you don't know who you can't find out who you're calling.
And I mean, that's the biggest problem,
It
I
is
think, for all
ridiculous problem.
licensees is who's somebody's principal broker.
Yes.
They think all brokers are principal.
Yeah, but we can't look it up and see.
No one can look it up. All right, do y'all have some information for us?
I've got to answer her question.
Do we care really?
Well, I mean, it's for failure to supervise. Is it their principal broker?
It is definitely their
Okay,
principal
that's the
broker.
question.
But I think if the public were to look it up on Verify, they would see real estate broker, not principal.
It's a problem.
That's just, I'm not sure about that, but I think I've seen it before.
Oh, I'm sure about that.
So I think it might be something worth talking about.
Are you looking at License Verify?
I'm looking at our internal system.
Secret stuff.
So the public can't see this.
Public calls us, we could tell them who the principal broker is. The problem is that we're not the only group that uses Verify, but we are the only group that has this relationship set up the way we do. And in order to be a principal broker, you also have to be a broker. So that's why. But
mine says principal broker. It doesn't say broker.
Every principal broker's type license.
You've got to identify who
broker.
the principal is.
What's on your
Says
license?
principal broker.
You have
Yeah.
to identify it with the state and the
It'd be faster just to go to License Verify, looks like. Do we want to come back to it, or we want to
Let's call for the question.
Okay. We're missing Austin. Okay, so we have a call for the question, and the motion was to for a letter of instruction, and letter of instruction and warning for failure to supervise. Any more? All right. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? That vote's unanimous. Okay. The next one?
19 is 2018-039-001.
Can we just go to the last paragraph and the recommendation?
Yes, the respondent has submitted their VLS license application in its completion. As of November 27th, 2018, they provided a letter that they are going to fully comply, and therefore my recommendation was to dismiss this complaint.
Accept the recommendation.
Second. All right, but then there's, okay. That was the new information you gave us?
Yes, this was one where I sent out a letter advising them it would be in their best interest to obtain a VLS license after the last meeting.
And who made that motion? Okay.
Or somebody, I seconded it, I know.
Okay. All right, ready to vote? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next one.
20 is 2017-040-0011. Or, I'm sorry, 2017-040-011. The new information, council sent an investigator to serve the respondent with the consent order, and the respondent's daughter stated they had moved out of state, and they were not willing to sign for or accept the consent order for respondent. My recommendation is to close and flag this complaint because we truly have exhausted our efforts to communicate with this respondent, and we also already referred it to the DA's office. And this respondent's mother actually was also involved in this business. They did receive a consent order. We sent that to the DA as well, and the respondent has been out of state for quite some time.
Move to accept.
All right. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next item.
21 is 2018-029061. Council was unaware that respondent had provided a timely response to this complaint until after this was presented at the last meeting. Council has since reviewed the response. Respondent states they are unsure how exactly to respond to this complaint due to the nature and inaccurate information provided by the complainant. Complainant does not provide a property address, identifies parties involved and provides, not all of the parties involved, and provides no documentation to support the unfounded allegations. Respondent notes they are not a licensee of the firm complainant refers to. They are the managing broker of another firm, and there have been no transactions with the party referred to in the complaint at respondent's firm. Respondent also states that the firm is not in possession of any money belonging to the party referred to in the complaint. Respondent denies the allegations, and council's recommendation is to void the consent order, which was just for failure to respond, because the complaint division did receive the response timely. It just didn't make it to legal.
Motion to
Dismiss.
accept the recommendation.
Second.
All right. We have a motion to void the consent order and dismiss this complaint. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right.
22? Sorry. 2018-026961. Respondent called council once the consent order was received and explained that after careful review and consideration, they realized the Facebook post was actually compliant with the one-click rule. Based on my memory, we actually discussed this and why the respondent didn't bring it up, and we just got a screenshot of some of the Facebook posts, so it had already been corrected, and the respondent called immediately with this. It wasn't something that was brought up by legal that about the one-click rule. They just said this was compliant, and therefore my recommendation is to void the consent order and dismiss the complaint.
Move to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Any discussion? All right. The motion is to void the consent order and dismiss the complaint. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next one.
This one is in connection with the one we just reviewed. It's 2018-026941. This is another affiliate broker at the same firm that was on the advertisement as well. So the same argument, and my recommendation is also to void the consent order and dismiss the complaint.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor vote by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next one.
For 2018-026981, and the respondent here is the principal broker for the two affiliate brokers. Therefore, my recommendation is to void the consent order and dismiss this complaint.
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
Motion is to void the consent order and dismiss the complaint. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next one.
25 is 2018-001891. The civil suit in this matter has been dismissed with prejudice because the complainant failed to appear or pursue this matter, and complainant's lien has been extinguished by the court. Council finds no evidence that respondent committed any violations, so my recommendation is to take it out of litigation monitoring and dismiss the complaint.
Motion to accept.
Second.
All right. The motion is to take the complaint out of litigation monitoring status and dismiss the complaint. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
2018-001921.
Motion to accept.
Second.
All right. Motion to accept the recommendation to take it out of litigation monitoring and dismiss the complaint. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
So I'd like to congratulate Amanda. You did a great job getting these ladies organized. I'm not sure why you're not sitting up here at the head table with them, but you should be. Anyhow, good work. All right, we're going to get back here at the Education Director's report. I put you off long enough, Ross.
All right, Mr. Chairman.
Let's get to your report.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to break it down into 3 parts: courses, instructors, and a couple items to discuss.
That is correct. All right. Well, happy holidays, Commission, and welcome to our new Commissioner, Jeff Diaz, and look forward to working with him. I caught your attention, Commission, to Education Agenda, December 5th, 2018. I've worked through these and reviewed all the providers, instructors, and courses for numbers D1 through D33. I present them today for your approval.
Hey, you've heard the recommendation, that is that we should approve courses D1 through D33. Any commissioner would like to pull any course out of that list? If not, is there a motion to accept the Education Director's report?
Question.
Yeah, let me get a motion.
Okay.
Motion to accept.
Motion by Ms. Frank, second by Ms. Hills, that the Education Director's report be accepted. Ms. Hills.
So on D6, and I don't know, this may just be your summary when it says this course is mandatory NAR course. And it is, but it's a 4-hour course, and NAR only requires 3 hours for ethics, correct?
Yes.
You can take more.
Yeah, you can
3
take
is all
more.
that's required, though.
Yeah, but that's NAR's requirement.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a minimum NAR requirement?
For at least 3.
But it's just for ethics.
Yes, it's ethics,
Yeah, it's just
but it
Well, most
seems
people are gonna
odd that
think,
they're
why are we
taking
gonna have
4.
Well, they still got agency and fair housing in there too, so.
Okay, all right, then I'm okay with that. That's a good point. Thank
Okay,
you.
further discussion on the motion. Let's vote. Those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, vote no. That motion passes unanimously.
I need to recuse myself on D32.
Why? Let's see what that is.
I missed that one.
I saw him on there.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking about the course, not the instructors.
I still want to
You should-
recuse
You've
myself.
already been approved. It's too
Okay.
late.
Okay.
You've got a conflict immediately.
Okay.
All right. Mr. White, what about instructors?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the Commission, I present to you the instructors for today, also for your approval. I don't think we have but maybe 2, 3, maybe.
Move to accept.
Motion by Ms. Frank, seconded by Ms. Taylor, that the recommendation of the Education Director be adopted and 3 instructors be approved. Discussion. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye. Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Now, let's go to the end of your report, Mr. White.
Thank you, Mr.
You got a
Chairman.
couple discussion items there.
I have, just 2 quick discussion items. One, continued from last month's meeting, Miss April Beck was seeking approval for her instructor application, but inadvertently left off was the fact that she did have a high school diploma. And all the information I wrote in the comment line that would also go along with that. And I've spoken with Miss April Beck and find her to comport with the rules and regs for today for your consideration.
Remember why we kicked it back?
She did enlist her high school diploma. Her education.
Okay.
And she didn't show any experience teaching anything related to real estate either. What she had given to us before was extremely generic.
Was a generic sort of,
Alignment.
yes.
Which is not a whole lot different than this.
Yeah. She did send me a resume and coordinated a response to me by phone and by email.
But what real estate education does she have?
Well, her real estate education background, I think, is more as I've related here. She has some some good background as far as educated professionals in relationship marketing. So she's trying to get into the real estate business here as not as the business, but as an educator for trying to improve the selling responsibilities of our industry, and thus she has some background in this educating professionals on relationship marketing.
What's the name of her course?
It is, basically, oh gosh, I don't think I listed that, and I apologize.
I thought the courses were previously approved.
Well,
it's
actually,
that we hadn't approved her.
That is correct. She was going to work with Real Estate Coaching Simplified.
Yeah.
And we previously approved them?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your recommendation, Mr. White?
Our recommendation approval today.
Motion to accept council.
We can call it council.
Council.
Thank you.
Yes, he is council. Recommendation.
We have a motion by Ms. Hills to accept the Education Director's recommendation. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Taylor. Further discussion, Mr. Wood. Let's do it. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Finally, there was a course that was approved, I believe, back in October, Asset Preservation. They're a new provider, and essentially they are seeking 3 hours instead of 2 hours for their course, which educates real estate professionals on 1031 exchanges. And I reviewed that and found that to comport with their request.
Move to accept.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Franks, seconded by Mr. Wood, that the director's report be approved. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. members
I
of the
appreciate
commission.
your patience with us today.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed the time.
All right, let's go to Caitlin, your report.
I provided everybody with a printout in addition to what's on the iPad. I was not able to get the complaint numbers until late yesterday afternoon, so it didn't make it in time for the iPads, but it is on this printout. In addition, I included a printout of the financials, which some have pointed out is very hard to read. So I can make sure that everybody gets a copy. That is on your iPads if you want to zoom in. I'll just note on that, legal costs have gone down and have somewhat continued to go down. The other thing I'll note is Edison expenditures are up. There's a couple of reasons for this. Some being in October, we had increased expenses with all of the Arillo expenses being attributed in that month. And then we also had an out-of-town meeting, which is typically a little bit more. The couple other things are we are going through some core contract changes. So the contract is out to add additions to what we currently have with core. One item that I'm particularly looking forward to is we had seen how Georgia reports their education. So their providers are able to go in and report their education as the provider and then check it with our license information rather than the provider sends it to us and then us send it to IT and then IT upload. It's more real time and allows for them to be able to check that the information that they have put matches up to the licensee that they want it to match up to. So it's probably not going to be tomorrow, but that is in this contract. But we're paying for some of those enhancements that are hoping to come within the next year, 2 years.
Okay.
And then SDS, the IT department, is now also billing us through these Edison expenditures, which we're hoping to have broken out so you can see exactly how much we're being charged for IT.
Where did you say Arello expenditures? What number is that in?
It's in our Edison expenditures.
So what all's in that then? Arello and
it's staff salaries.
Everything.
It's a lot. Edison is a system that we use to report time. It's what we use to enter all of your expenses for the month. That's the reporting and approval system that we use. So it's a handful of things. It's not just. And then I did include the third quarter claims information for insurance that also is printed out. There was a mix-up last month with Cindy. She had thought our meeting was the second Wednesday of the month, and it was the first. So she did send me this third quarter information. I can't answer a lot of questions because I'm no Cindy, but I did want you guys to have that information. And then the last thing I wanted to update everyone on is where we're at with E&O renewals. So as of 11/26, Rice had 6,428 individuals renew for the 2019 program. In 2016, at that point, they had only had 2,352. So some of that was due to the contract getting reapproved, but we are currently ahead of schedule in that regard. And then our staff has also been monitoring that. And as of 11/30, we had 8,369 individuals renew. So we're continuing to try to push that and get as many people to renew as soon as possible rather than close to the expiration. So we're going to do another plug on that in the newsletter for December and continue to push to get people renewed.
And that number gives there's about 8,000 that had renewed as of when?
So our staff has also been just monitoring how many entries of E&O we're getting every day. And so as of 11/30, we had 8,369 individuals.
25%, roughly.
Yes.
That's a small number.
No.
It's still not, yes, yeah. And I think I know I gave you last month how many individuals Rice has on their program, and I think it's roughly 80%. So.
Questions for Ms. Maxwell. Ms. Hills.
I have two questions. One, on the professional tax that was due the 1st of June, when will, I don't recall the time frame when something happens to the brokers that haven't paid it. Can you refresh my memory?
It's probably already happened.
Okay.
They continue to give us a list, but they asked for a list from us a couple months prior to get everybody that is in that particular status. So we send that over to Revenue, and then they give us a list shortly after June 1st of everybody that did not pay their professional privilege tax. And then there's a hold on their license with us. So then they have to satisfy it with Revenue, get a letter of good standing, and then bring that back to us.
And the next question, because I need this for clarification for me. So when we were discussing a case earlier today, and we were talking about the broker getting notice that there's been a case opened on an affiliate, one of their licensees, did I recall correctly that you say once a month now?
The hope is that eventually it'll be automatic.
I thought it was automatic.
I thought they came at the same time.
I know.
So
in the past it has.
Yes. In the past there was 2 complaints opened.
I know, but I still think, and I'm thinking of a
Principal broker
case.
needs to know.
Yeah, but
I mean,
she's saying that if the principal broker had a case open on them, you got it. But I was thinking it was still
right now. I've put a Band-Aid on it because I want them to get the letter. But I can't have our staff do that every day. And so we are looking at all complaints that were open for the month and then sending the correspondence for the affiliate.
We can't figure a way.
So our IT department has been working on this. This is the Band-Aid until they get that figured out of how to add the complaint. And I escalated it, and I know it's something that they're working on, but for now it felt better to send it out to them so they still got notice.
Was this as a result when we changed it so that broker didn't get an automatic case opened on them?
So when they were having a complaint opened, we were still manually opening that. But it was, the letter was triggered from the complaint being opened. And so now that's still manually doing it.
Unforeseen consequence. We
checked with them before. It's going to be no problem to do the 2 letters. And I think we should have resolution for that soon. I've told them that it's a high priority, and that part of the whole reason we even elected to not automatically open it is with the caveat that they would still get the letter. And they are still getting it. They're just not getting it right at the same time.
But if one of my agents got one on December 1st, I don't get it till January 1st, that's a big problem for me as a principal broker if I don't know about it, because they only have how many days to answer back?
So they have 10 days, but then
so the principal broker could miss it totally.
Mm-hmm.
And earlier when we were voting on it, I thought, I've only had one in 34 years, so I'm not sure exactly how it worked, but I know that person and I got one both on the same day, because when Trek envelopes would come to my office, I'd immediately open that up, and then I knew it was her because it was in my letter. If I had to wait 30 days for that information and she never told me anything about it,
we could probably increase it to weekly.
I mean, why can't you do it simultaneously?
So I'm not actually, our staff is not actually opening, we're not actually opening the complaint and then sending the letter.
It's not opening a complaint, it's letting the principal broker know that one of their agents has a complaint.
So we get a weekly report of all the complaints that are opened. So I get a report on Monday of the complaints that were opened that are in open status. So,
and you get that from legal?
No, I get it. So it's actually admin runs it, but it's run on every Monday, and it has all open complaints. So without, I can manage what my staff does. So that's sort of why we've started doing it monthly. The centralized complaints director is actively working with IT to get this fixed to where it's simultaneous. But I could definitely commit to them doing it weekly. There's just no way right now for me without us getting a report pulled daily, which could be done, but it might not be the best use of time.
Because your next problem is going to be this. Next month when we go through this, if we had one of those situations, I would have to ask you, when did you send that principal broker's letter to them? And if it was 30 days since they failed to respond, how can we expect the principal broker to be in charge of something that they don't even know about?
And if they had to file to E&O, if you had an agent that kept something from you and didn't come to you with that letter, and it was so bad that you really needed to be contacting your E&O as soon as it became aware.
I just think we've become too automated, and this is crucial. If one of my agents were in trouble, I'd want to know it immediately, not 30 days later.
So when they're short I'm trying to think of is it when they're short on education that the broker gets a letter simultaneously when the agent does?
No, they don't get it with education. They get it with E&O if they don't keep if they maintain E&O.
I was trying to think of the other times.
We get a letter on education 6 months prior to them renewing.
So we can let them know.
And it gives their status at that point.
Are you talking about if they're in the middle of the 120?
I'm talking when it comes time to renew their license, we're getting a letter. It's like 6 months ahead of time saying this is how many hours they've taken so far, and their license comes up in 6
I
months.
don't think you're getting that from us. You're getting
Who
we
we
send
getting
out
it from?
renewal notices that
Agent
are
gets
90
it,
days. The
and I
agent
get
gets
it.
it to their firm.
From the Tennessee Real Estate Commission.
Yeah.
To their firm, we send one 6 months when they are about to expire on their 120. But other than that, we send out a renewal notice.
Well, the broker gets it too.
Yeah.
There's a education trigger that agent gets it and broker gets it.
For the 120, we send that out, but we don't send out.
Yeah, I've been getting them.
You're special.
No,
We're all special.
I mean, I'm thankful for them.
Oh, I know.
If anything, we hear the opposite, that people never get their notice.
Yeah.
I know.
So,
No.
in any case,
Well, to me, it just is I appreciate you saying that you've asked it to be a priority because I really do think
because it
it
is
needs
us.
to be a priority. So I thank you. I was just trying to clarify what I thought I heard and be sure I understood it.
all right, Ms. Taylor.
Yes, let me ask you this question. It seems to be there's an awful big lapse between us or you asking IT to change something and it getting done. And it's usually 6 months or more. What's the reasoning for that?
That's a good question. And I don't really have a good answer. I'm one of many priorities in a large group of priorities. So, I obviously think all of my priorities are the top priority, but they fall in a list of a big group of priorities that are not just real estate, that there are other divisions too.
Go ahead.
So it's certainly frustrating for me as somebody that wants to just get things done, that, some of it is out of my control. I mean, I can push and push, I can complain, but...
Well, it's the IT department in this building. I mean, is it people that work here?
Mm-hmm. So probably within, I don't know the exact number of years, they have switched to what you have probably heard us refer to as SDS, which is
CORE or something.
And CORE is the licensing program. SDS is Strategic Technology Solutions. So it's a centralized service. They are in the building. We have a system of how we enter requests that we need made. And then, especially with this contract change, we entered all of our priorities that we wanted in the contract. And then we ranked our priorities in order of how important they were to us. But it is a centralized technology service.
But it seems to me it is as much as our information is on the internet or online, that these setbacks in getting things changed, for the length that it gets them changed, it seems to me that maybe more IT people need to be hired or something needs to be done about that. Because this is ridiculous that we put in a request and it's not done for, you said 2 years on something, it could be 2 years on something else you said a minute ago. And that's just, I mean, by that time, we've changed to a different system or something else has changed. And it's just, that's ridiculous. Okay, so you've heard my comments. It's ridiculous.
And we do understand that you have bosses.
Yes.
Well, it's not even bosses.
Yeah.
It's,
the system.
it's just, and I can tell you the amount that you're frustrated. I'm frustrated on a daily basis. You're maybe here, once a month and get to hear these frustrations, but I have expressed my frustration with not being able to get things accomplished.
Appreciate it. Okay. So we're going to move on then. Is that all that you needed to report on?
Anybody else has any questions?
Anybody else have questions?
I just wanted a smidgen. You said something about the complaint process. So maybe I just learned something. So when the complaint comes in, your office don't even touch it. It goes somewhere else. And then they send letters out?
Yeah, it's been that way. You've known that. The centralized
I thought y'all touched
complaints.
it. I thought y'all got it. So you don't even get it until the response comes back.
So
You don't
we
get
have
it then.
access to it.
Okay.
It's not like we don't have access. And if you filed a complaint recently, they have actually even further automated it. So it's now housed within our.
I saw a charge on here for complaints or something, and is that who?
That's for the people that actually process the complaints.
Okay.
Okay. So they've even automated it further to where it's in-housed in our licensing system. So if you file a complaint now, you can connect it to a licensee. If that makes sense, you can search them, and it connects to their actual license. But they send out the letter. Their division sends out the letter. Their division collects the response. It organizes it all. And then once all responses are received, then they send it to legal.
Other questions? All right. Thank you, Caitlin. I do want to mention one thing that might relate to, I know we're coming to you next. So we got to start thinking about our May 2019 meeting. And so commissioners, West District, West Grand Division, you need to help out. Okay. So remember, the requirements are a public place, free, where you can record.
Well, I have something to say about that.
I'm surprised.
I know it's taking you off guard.
Yeah.
But in West Tennessee, we don't have that many options. There's Jackson or the Memphis area. And what I think we have usually done is go Jackson one year and then the Memphis area, which might be Bartlett is separate, Germantown is separate, Kiowa is separate, Memphis is separate. But they're all right there. So I suggest we go to Jackson this time. Or somewhere around
That's where
there.
we went last year.
No.
Isn't it?
Weren't we in Memphis last year?
No, we did go to Jackson last year. That's
Well,
right.
I suggest we go back. No.
But we have so many of our licensees in Memphis. I just
Boy,
don't
we do.
understand.
That's
nowhere to
great.
meet
That's
in
great.
Memphis?
I thought we had gone to the Memphis area last year, so that's fine.
Yeah. Did you have something?
I did not.
So I'm appointing, and she didn't already know it. Fontaine is a senior member of the division's representatives. Yes. So
From West Tennessee.
that's what I'm talking about. The
Yeah.
Western Division, Western Grand Division. Yeah. So let's just be thinking about that. Now let's get to your topic, Bill Toon Award.
Oh, yes. I'd like to make the recommendation that we give the Bill Toon Award to Gary Bloom, our commissioner who served 5 years very well at this track.
I have a second by Mr. Wood. I'd like to speak in favor of that motion just for a second. It may be considered a moment of personal privilege, but Gary Bloom was my mentor. And I think he was a mentor of a lot of people. He did strategic planning sessions across the state. He was an education guy first. He was an ethical person first. Money didn't mean as much as getting it right. And if anybody is ever entitled to this award, it would be Mr. Bloom. Jeff, I don't know if you've ever had the pleasure of meeting him, but if you ever get a chance, he would welcome the opportunity just to talk to you. And he's a humble man with a lot of good things to impart. He's done a lot for me.
He's doing a lot for life. He's taught for years.
Yeah.
And
When I heard when they took President Bush's body to the Capitol, I was watching that intently, and the Speaker of the House, all the main people got up and made speeches about President Bush, and it occurred to me most of those same things could be said for Gary Bloom, and most importantly to him is that he was a great man in all things, even when he was sick, and he has gone through some hard sicknesses. He would still drive to Nashville and be here at the meetings when we would all think that surely he's not coming. But he's just the most upstanding person, and I know we will all miss him, and we'll have to keep in touch with him still. But as far as the Bill Toon winner, he is as much up there as anyone that I could imagine receiving that award.
Johnny Horn.
Unmute.
Commissioner Horn. All right, so the motion on the floor is to award the Bill Toon Award to Commissioner Gary Bloom. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye. Aye. Those opposed vote no. That motion passes unanimously. Caitlin, I talked to Fontaine about the notion that there are like an installation program coming up at the Memphis Area Association of Realtors. And if she could, on behalf of the commission, get on that agenda and make that presentation, I think it would be perfectly appropriate.
It's at the end of their inauguration is what it is, and it's going to be like the 19th of January, somewhere like that. We can check with Mar and see exactly when it is, and if you'd like, I can call up and see if they will. I can't imagine them saying no, but I will get us on the agenda.
And so can we get a plaque done quick enough for January 19th?
Well, let's make sure let's make sure the date.
Yeah.
But it is somewhere like that.
That would be great.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Other items to come before the commission. So the first time I talked to Jeff, he made 2 points that I appreciated. One, he was watching previous minutes or meetings on YouTube, I guess. And the second was he thought it was appropriate that I be called judge from now on.
Does that give you a pay increase?
No, I don't know, but I like it. So if y'all
trying to get points or what?
Because we did have an attorney address me as judge, which I thought, man,
that's right, he did.
Attorneys were smarter than the average person, right?
I would say so.
Mr. Chairman, I said
I'll
that.
tell you which ones are.
I said that just to prove that I was actually watching the videos.
Oh, you didn't think it was complimentary?
That's another one of those bless your hearts.
So give us your first impressions, or tell us what you'd like for us to know after one day of working with us.
Well, I think what I do know now is that, the more you learn, the more you realize you don't know. So I look forward to learning from all of you and listening to your questions and understanding more of the nuances of being a commissioner and looking at a set of facts and trying to discern what actually happened versus what respondents or complainants want us to believe happened. So I look forward to being able to do that better.
Just follow up on that just for a second. So you'll hear these commissioners at some point really get at odds with each other because we come from different perspectives. My commercial perspective is different than your residential. But at the end of the day, we have tremendous respect for each other. And the fact that we disagree is part of the beauty of how this commission was set up, from across the entire state with different perspectives, different traditions. And so we look forward to your comments. And if you don't like what I'm saying, you don't have to say you're a dummy, but you could at least say, here's my perspective on it, and we'll certainly take it. You can think I'm a dummy. Yeah, you can think I'm a dummy, but don't say it. All right, Fontaine, what do you have to say on the way out?
This has been a great day, and I want to thank all the staff before the year ends of what they have done to keep this commission running so well. You have done a yeoman's job, and I want you to know I appreciate it.
Probably to a lot of people. I don't think you've ever said that to me, as a matter of fact.
Probably not.
Probably never will. All right, Bobby, anything you would like to say?
Yeah, my first question is, do we have a formal hearing tomorrow?
No.
Okay. Good. I'm in a good mood now. Okay.
You're going day by day.
I'm good. I'm good now. I'm good. We spent the last 24 hours in the hospital. We're good. We're good.
Right.
Ask about January and see if we have one.
Do we have one in January?
None that I'm aware of. So I would say that means no.
Okay. Good. And I would say to Jeff, my first meeting that I came to, was a 2-dayer, and at the end of the 2-day, I announced I'm not so sure I'm going to make it through this term. I think I may have made a mistake. So, because it was a rough 2 days.
Well, I think they brought me on board at this time so I could get all the partying.
Okay, that's it.
Now I'm bonded, so I'm stuck now.
Well, and the thing that I say, and I kind of piggyback upon what talking about Gary Bloom and stuff, and really about this whole group, what John was talking about. You got a smart group here. I mean, really smart group. And I catch myself, though, because of the Sunshine Law, I really want to call some of them and ask some questions sometimes. But especially, I'm a big advocate. I was a big Gary Bloom fan. I remember having him in classes or him teaching me classes, and I remember going, man, if I could ever teach like Gary Bloom, and I catch myself now, what would Gary say about this? But when I come away from meetings sometimes, because we can't have our discussions afterwards before we get in here, there would be times that votes will happen, and Gary's going one way and I was going another. Really, it happens for all of us. And I'm going, well, obviously I'm missing something because I'm not voting with the way Gary goes. So I've missed something here, and I really want to go, okay, turn that camera off and let me talk to Gary or talk to anybody here, and you'll have that same situation too. But it's a good group, and you'll learn a lot doing this too. I can promise you that. So and then I guess the other thing is, E&O insurance. I mean, it's a little scary that we're within 30 days and only 25% of the people have renewed. So I'd say brokers, you need to be making phone calls to your people. So.
I just want to welcome Jeff and thank you so much. And if you can arrange with Marcia to have a gathering every month, that would be okay. But she did a wonderful job for you. And Marcia, thank you so much. It was just a wonderful evening, just wonderful. Thank you for your hospitality. As the year end, you look back and, of course, thank you to staff and everything. And when we're questioning things, it is nothing personal. We're just questioning. We're trying to get our arms wrapped around things, and we try hard not to get it wrong. And we appreciate your input and direction and guidance. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Counselor McMullen.
Jeff, welcome. And as we are at the
Thanks, Miss Marcia.
Yes. We are excited, Jeff, that you've come on with us and you bring a new a depth of understanding and perspective. And we're really excited about getting to know you better and serving with you. I'd also like to say thanks to the guests who came. They chose to come. And I'm glad, it's just a one day and you're going to get all the hours that you need from that. But we do appreciate y'all being here. And then the other thing I wanted to say was to Austin. Austin's term, he's kind of going month to month now because the governor has not replaced him, even though his term has expired. I appreciate that Austin is willing to still be here with us. And when I talk to anyone about, if one day he does have to roll off, that it has to be someone just like Austin, because he is our legal heart here, and your perspective is so important to us. And I just know whoever that person is, please, first of all, let it be, a long time from now, but secondly, let him be just like Austin.
So I've always suspected that your identical twin, Dustin, would be a perfect replacement.
Austin and Dustin.
Or Justin.
You have a triplet?
Yeah,
Justin.
Justin.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Marcia, for pointing that out. And we are dang lucky each month that Austin manages to get back here. And as a point reference, this morning he was in front of a court of appeals, state court of appeals, for a client, and he found it within him, once that was over, to come down and join us. And he's making $50 today, come down and join us, and he was probably billing his customers a discounted rate because of who his clients were, but several times at $50 for that appearance in front of the Court of Appeals. He's my hero, except for one meeting when Bobby Wood took the MVP for the meeting. Austin has been right there competing for it each time.
Yes.
He's a good guy. We're thrilled he's here. Thanks, staff. Thanks, Caitlin. I don't tell you that enough, but you're doing a great job. Thank you, Anna. Probably don't tell you that enough. You're doing a great job. Are you texting me? Just checking. Thank you, Ross. Kelsey, Denard, thank you both. Hope everybody has a Merry Christmas and a safe trip home. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Where's your gavel?
I've never